Johnson Shea Madeshki Dinesh Hashkan Hazoka Shishin Hana Hindeshik Kudishin Ego Dinesh Nasha. I represent Cameron, Comont, Lonnie Lake, Bird Springs, and Loop chapter communities, which is within the District 3 and 5 of the Western Agency. Just want to thank everybody for being here today. Those that are presenting today, thank you for being here with us today. And looking forward to having a productive budget meeting today. And let's go ahead and get this show on the road here.
Vice Chair Johnson, Adoshi Deja, Honorable Claw.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shauna Ann Claw, and I'm the council delegate for Chinle. My plans are Hawasan and the Slido, Kudisini, and Bashis Team, Chido, Kiani, the Shmela, Kutama, Bill Astonishment, and good morning to our staff, and then also our legislative council, and then also RDC and our presenters today, and those online.
Othering the Adoshi Yaj, Honorable Danny Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, members of RDC, good morning. Staff, good morning. And guests who are here, good morning. And individuals on the Zoom, good morning. Jay Jensen, Destiny, Lehan Aldin Ashka, Minister Nitwich, Shimbas Chair. Now, just this note, Jay, 8 chapters on Ashka Dida, the East Agency there. The Herflo, Nagizi, White Rock, Big Valley, Tennessee, Crown Point, Anishkish, and again, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Othering the Adoshanai, Honorable Rick Nez.
Question, Chair, I'm not sending Resource and Development Committee that Bishwa, and it's not John, that Nego, anything on the shield. Rick Nez in Shihawasan, or Zay Kachin, Bashish Chain, Sana, Bishandashi Chado. Kia Hani Additional has 20 chapters, Panash, Nishike, Hogback, San Juan, and Hamzad, Upper Flu, and Burnham, and Newcomb. Back to you, Chair.
Other Nakuna, Brenda, Jesus, in Shado, Sanajini, Slow, Twitter, and Bashis, Panagani, the Chido, Fortana, the Shanala, Kota, Amado, Mastan, and the Shina. Although he had 90 days, Afano. Dal Kuni Kono Sonigi, Ado in the dice, not Sai, Bishop and Nabi, Shahat Nana, Ado in the Aya, Kodo, legislative services staff at the dish, starting with Mr. Tahi.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of RDC that are present, those here, those online. My name is Rodney Tahi. I'm the legislative advisor for Resource and Development Committee, and Kiani and Senchikene, and I'm originally from Steamboat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Shahat, Ado, Mr. Mose.
Morning, Madam Chair. Morning, everyone. Chair, Leonard Moses here. Shashin Slow, I'm on the Bashin. Ashin Dutchess Chair, Dutch Copart, that's the way. Madam Chair.
Shahat, Ado in the Kilatis, Ms. Khan.
Good morning. Jay Tohiatlini, Mr. Ati Bashis Team, Astir, Dasha Jay, Senate, Ikana, Adashanala. Good morning. Those of us gathered in the room today for the work and those who are online. Good morning.
Thank you. Doing the Ms. Sophie.
Good morning, everyone, Madam Chair and members of RDC. Nancy Sophie, Nishna, Stevie Nishna, Toho Bini, Dasha Team, Sada Billy, Dasha Team, Sorry, Manala, Shetty, and Nasha, Daniel, from Mexico, where I come from. Thank you.
Although Ms. Quinn, introduction.
Good morning, Madam Chair, honorable delegates, and everybody else. I proclaim with the Office of Legislative Council.
Okay, thank you. And then I'd like to go ahead and take it to Mr. Ed City, introduction to Natani.
Before I introduce myself, can I introduce my staff?
Yes.
My managers? I'll start with Leo.
Good morning. Leo Haki, sorry, this is Chida, Twitter, this is Madam Diet Minister. Go ahead, So, Jay, Criminal Enforcement Department, Joe, this is for Navu EPA, I'm in law enforcement, so that's what I do. Here, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Morning, Patrick Antonio, Quality Engineers Program.
Good evening, sir. First one, Jay.
Good morning, Dr. Bennett. TA Eugenia Quintana Yanicia, Environmental Department Manager, Aaron Toxic Department, now TA Enashnish. Nishwanagi, Nakoidina, Nishwanagilo Hona, Nibashishi, come on, Dr. Shay, don't kill the chief, Dr. Nala. Yeah.
Thank you.
Gate Bennett, Shay Warren Road, Bashina, Sabah and Schleff, Kanaraki, Bashin, Kudichini, Bashin, that is an A, Bashinella. I'm the Environmental Department Manager at NEPA, Waste Regulatory Compliance Department. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yas Bennett, Christina Silver, Chair, Adona, Nishwanagi, Malkaina, Shobas, Bashin, Bashin, Kudichini. I work as the Administrative Service Officer under Mr. Warner.
J. Stephen Ryan Edsity, and Chef, Executive Director of Navajo Nation EPA, Auto, Wahikini, Nishna, Ashiha, Edishija, Wutsokni, Edishiche, Udachini, Edishanella, Adnishna. I have one more staff coming, our primary grant liaison to OMB and our principal contract analyst, Ms. Laverne Begay. She's just making some copies of an updated Exhibit A to bring, but I'll let her introduce herself when she arrives. We appreciate our time before you.
Although she had the position is Janatani no Finigi with Navajo Nation EPA. Although that would go ahead and end our recognizing of visiting officials. Although she not the though, just on to our approved agenda, item number 4, new business. We will have be hearing item letter E legislation 0167-23. And if I may have Ms. Leslie Sophie or read the legislation into the record,
Good morning, Madam Chair and RDC members. This is a reading into record of 4E legislation 0167-23, an action relating to the Resources Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for Navajo Nation Environment Protection Agency and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. The legislative summary sheet of tracking number 0167-23, date August 2nd, 2023. Title of the resolution, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and the Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation FY 2024 comprehensive budget. Purpose, this resolution, if approved, will approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. Resources and Development Committee has final authority and will be read into record in its entirety. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 25th Navajo Nation Council, first year 2023, introduced by Brenda Jesus, who's prime sponsor and co-sponsor, as Delegate Danny Simpson, tracking number 0167-23. An action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's fiscal year 2024 comprehensive budget. Be it enacted, Section 1, Authority. A, the Resources and Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council with oversight authority over the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. 2 NNC Section 500A, 2 NNC Section 501C1. B, the Resources and Development Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, Oversight Committee recommendations shall not exceed the base planning amounts 12 NNC Section 840A. The base planning amounts were established by the Budget and Finance Committee through Resolution Number BFJY-1
15-23. B, the Resources and Development Committee held budget meetings and heard reports from program staff in the Office of Management and Budget regarding the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency, 12 NNC Section 840A. C, the Resources and Development Committee reviewed and considered the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency as compared to the base planning amounts and as recommended by the Office of Management and Budget. D, the Resources and Development Committee finds that approval of the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency and inclusion of such budget in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Section 3, approving and recommending the budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency and related matters. A, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves the FY 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency as detailed in the fund type budget summary attached here to as Exhibit A. B, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves certain revisions to the branch chief's proposed FY 2024 budget amount for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency as shown in columns D and E in the General Fund Comparative Summary attached here to as Exhibit B. C, the Resources and Development Committee recommends the changes to the General Fund budget described in Exhibit C. D, the Resources and Development Committee recommends certain conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns as listed in Exhibit D. E, the Resources and Development Committee recommends that certain unmet needs for the Navajo Environment Protection Agency be included in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget as explained in Exhibit E. F, the Resources and Development Committee recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee approve the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency FY 2024 budget and all committee recommendations as set forth in Exhibits A through E. G, the Resources and Development Committee hereby authorizes the chairwoman and the vice chairman to negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Section 4, effective date. This action shall become effective as provided in 2 NNC Section 189A. Exhibit A, the Navajo Nation Funds Type Budget Summary. Exhibit B, the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit C, the Navajo Nation recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit D, the Navajo Nation recommended the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. The first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary. Exhibit E.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, you've attached as Exhibit E, which is the Navajo Nation recommended unmet needs budget.
The first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary, Legislative Number 0167-23, sponsor Honorable Brenda Jesus, title, An Action Relating to the Resources and Development Committee Approving and Recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget, posted August 2nd, 2023 at 11:15 p.m. 5-day comment period ended August 7th, 2023. Digital comments received. Comments supporting, none. Comments opposing, none. Comments recommendations, none. This is the reading of the summary for the legislative 0167-23, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Doshi, for reading legislation into the record. With that, members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion on legislation 0167-23?
Motion.
Honorable Simpson, may I get a second?
Second.
Honorable Nez Shia. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Office of Management and Budget, and I do see Ms. Darlene Sam on the call. So we did get handouts, members of Resources and Development Committee, that we can follow on for Environmental Protection Agency. So, Ms. Sam, I do yield the floor over to you for your presentation. Star 6 to unmute.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, yes, I'm online, and also Janet McCabe with MPS section is also online. So I am sharing my screen with everyone there. If you can, I'm not sure if it's showing up, but you see the cover page there?
Yes, we do.
Okay. For the Resources and Development Committee fiscal year 2024 budget hearings for the Environmental Protection Agency Navajo Nation OMB report, August 8th through the 11th, 2023. Next page is your table of contents, letter A through G, and those are the information we will go over, Janet and I. So proceeding to A, which is your FY 2024 fund type budget summary. For EPA, you have the FY 2023 budget, bottom line, $6,111,542. FY 2024 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund budget of $1,346,380. Indirect costs of $87,839. Cash match fund for $355,531. Special revenue internal $3,982,680. Special revenue external $2,990,028. Grand total of $8,762,458. Next is your third quarter expenditure report. You see the expenditure reports for the individual business units by detail, starting with the 2000 series through 7000 series. There are 8 pages, page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So next will be Ms. McCabe. Thank you.
Moving on to tab 3, the third quarter performance assessment report. Again, there are 14 business units. I will be reading the first, second, and third quarter average scores. First quarter is 3.38. Second quarter is 3.55. Third quarter is 3.81. And you will see the scoring. Again, you will see that the program meets its expectations for their goals. Moving on to tab D, the plan of operation status report. There are 18 business units, and they have one legislation for the plan of operation, actually 2, I'm sorry. One dated for 1995, and the enabling legislation, and then the amendments to the plan of operations that were adopted in 2017. Moving on to tab E, the conditions of appropriations and on legislative concerns, there are none.
Okay, moving on to F, which is your external funds expenditure report. These are 2 pages. It's for Navajo EPA. To your far right is the index. The number of rows are the number of fundings. So I'll go to page 2. On row 40, you have EPA. In column H, you have an original budget of $16,233,974. Column I is your revised budget, $26,476,513. Column J is your expenditure, $9,815,646.16. Column K is your open commitment, $1,238,930.34. Column L is your available balance, $15,421,936.50. Column M is your percentage spent, which is 42%. Column N is your percentage balance of 58%. Next page is your FY 2021 single audit report. There are none for Navajo EPA. Madam Chair, that completes OMB's report.
Ms. Sam and also Ms. McCabe for that overview by Office of Management and Budget. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Division Director, Mr. Absidi, for Navajo Environmental Protection Agency's FY24 proposed budget that is being presented here for RDC. So you do have the floor, Mr. Absidi.
Again, 25th Navajo Nation Council, your legal advisor, your committee advisor, your staff. Good morning. Before I begin my budget impact statement, I would like to express my excitement, my gratitude to be able to be in this position once again. I appreciate the support from the Resources and Development Committee through my confirmation hearings earlier this year. I appreciate the questions that have arisen, discussions we've had since January and since I was confirmed in April. And I look forward to working with the committee on this budget and budgets to come in the future. I would also like to just recognize that the Navajo Nation's public emergency for COVID-19 is now removed, and I wanted to bring your particular attention to one of our managers who has been involved in all of this from her seat that she has had and held for numerous years on the Commission on Emergency Management. That's Ms. Eugenia Quintana from our Air and Toxics Department. She's been a commissioner for decades. And representative of several of the essential services that were highlighted through the onset of the pandemic and managing all the way through the course that we are now on, recovering. Ms. Quintana was participant in all of that, and is also a representative of the Navajo EPA's role in responding to the pandemic and helping to manage our Navajo Nation government public health emergency. The Navajo EPA continued to operate during the pandemic, and while it wasn't on the front lines, all of the infrastructure, as opposed, in particular water and wastewater, those continue to operate through NTUA, and I do not believe at any particular time that any water quality standards were ever in jeopardy. So that is one of the main core purposes of the Navajo EPA, is to ensure public health and safety of our people, to make sure our water is protected, our air is protected, our lands remain safe for all the different uses that our people need. So I wanted to highlight that. Before I came back to Navajo EPA, I was involved in keeping our Navajo Nation ports operating too through the pandemic. So I paid attention to what was happening on all fronts, including our infrastructure, and so I just wanted to highlight that for Navajo EPA. Now that we are going to be moving forward, it is very exciting to be back in an environment where we are less restricted and we can continue more of what we are authorized to do and to do more of it in person. With that, I would like to start my statement. Navajo EPA is comprised of a central administration office, which is the Office of the Executive Director. We lead the division. It also houses a few staff that we call our ARPA office, the American Recovery and Planning Act. I think that's what it was called, ARPA. The other components of Navajo EPA, the Surface and Groundwater Protection Department, is comprised of a drinking water program called the Public Water Supply Supervision Program, our surface quality program, and the water quality program, and a very specific program that helps to regulate the oil and gas gas industry on the reservation, the underground injection control program. Aaron Tokchuk's department is comprised of an air quality control program, which is also works very closely with what we call the operating permit program. We have a pesticide program, and we have a radon program. In our waste regulatory compliance department, we have a Navajo Superfund program, we have resource conservation and recovery program, and a storage tanks program. And lastly, one of the smallest components within Navajo EPA is our criminal enforcement department. It stands alone, and it is comprised of several FTE, supervisory sergeant, 2 officers, and 1 senior office specialist. For the last several years, the budget allocations have averaged out to be pretty constant. This year, under a new administration, there was an initial difference, a small reduction, as you probably are aware. Each division was subtracted about a 0.5% amount, and that was put into a presidential pool, and we competed for those dollars. And so there was the beginning allocation, the initial allocation was a reduction, and we've moved forward. We were able to get $40,000 from the president's pool that he set aside. So that comes back into the U.S. EPA General Fund, Navajo EPA General Fund allocation. Our IDC, we are a division that engages with the federal government through grants, and our indirect cost is a big difference from last year to this year. Last year we received almost $107,000. This year that is reduced to about $88,000. That is a significant difference. Moving forward, we have put these general fund allocations into primarily 7 business units that support the core administrative efforts across all of our departments and programs, key programs. There's another element of our general funds, which does come from the matching pot of money that Navajo Nation sets aside in the budget. And as you can see from the OMB report, and which we can also amplify, the Navajo EPA is one of those divisions that has most of its resources for its annual operations coming from external grants, external sources. One of the other key things I would like to highlight is the generation of internal revenue. Through the years of developing these programs that we now operate, and through years of working alongside the United States government and the U.S. EPA, primarily the Region 9 offices out of San Francisco, California, we have established the type of capacity that has assured the federal government that we can run these programs in their place. Those are delegations of authority, awards of what is called primacy, and we have a number of programs with the Navajo EPA that operate under those designations from the federal government. In that authority, those programs establish the means to replace EPA in working with many of the companies that operate on the Navajo Nation that are subject to permits and other regulations that the federal government was responsible for. Many of those processes of regulation involve the payment of permit fees and the approval and review of ongoing permits for these companies to operate. In our air program, we have major source emitters of air pollution and we've been monitoring and regulating and permitting those sources of air emissions since 2008. And those primacy programs also allow us to assess other administrative fees during the permitting process. Our partners at NTUA, IHS, when they build water lines, our drinking water program assesses an administrative fee for construction design review, and so that's another source of revenue. These internally driven programs and the authorities from the delegation of authority that are consistent with our Navajo Nation statutes that prior councils have enacted all support this type of revenue generation, and it provides the programs with a source of revenue to operate. So some of these programs rely very strongly on these permit fees, and to the extent where we do get involved in enforcement actions and we have an ability to assess fines and penalties, that is also another potential revenue stream. So these programs are very, we work hard to establish them, and we work hard to maintain them, and we look forward to continuing to develop an ability within Navajo EPA to fund many of our program activities, our regulatory actions from these types of internal revenue sources. That is not to say we look forward to assessing fines and penalties on everyone out there across Navajo Indian Country. We understand the importance of balancing this type of authority with the desire across many Navajo communities and administrations and leadership from the council to establish an economy. So we look very seriously at how we exercise all of our authorities. We generally are very considerate of keeping people in compliance with all of our regulations, whether they be Navajo Nation regulations or federal regulations that we are responsible for enforcing. And we look to work with people administratively, and we look forward to working with people in corrective action plans if they're out of compliance, and bring them back into compliance as opposed to assessing fines and penalties right at the beginning. So we do have those tools at our disposal, but we've always been very considerate and deliberate in deciding to enforce against any one particular entity on the Navajo Nation. I would want to highlight some budget impacts that we are realizing this fiscal year and going into FY 2024. The number one I take responsibility for.
To do that, you'll need to turn off airplane mode.
Whether it's in airplane mode or not, there's no getting around the fact that the salary for the executive director position is much higher than it's ever been. For the last 10 or 12 years, it has gone from $73,000 to $78,000. When I was here in 2015, I was receiving that salary of about $74,000 a year. And coming back into the department, the salary is now at $110,000. That is a big impact. And we've made adjustments this fiscal year to cover the difference. And going into next fiscal year, we've continued to make adjustments because standing alone, the Office of the Executive Director's budget is not able to absorb that type of salary increase. So there's a fair amount of cost sharing for my position going forward. Now, cost sharing is not unfamiliar for this branch or for this division. There are many other positions that are cost cost-shared amongst many funding sources throughout many of our programs. But I wanted to be upfront with that, and if you have any questions about that, I would be happy to take questions on that. We will continue to look for support from the President's office to deal with that type of change in salary, but we have made a plan this year to move forward into the next fiscal year. Our ARPA budget is also a factor, even though it's federal funds. We've gotten recent guidance from DOJ and from our folks at the Fiscal Recovery Fund office. In this current budget, some of the positions in leadership were cost-shared with the ARPA budget under the personnel line item. We've expanded that this year to help with our expenditure of our ARPA funds, but also to put resources in place where people are doing their part to help address the ARPA workload. I will be honest, the ARPA workload has not been fully realized. All of the projects that we are set to review have been in the pipeline, and we are told to expect that workload in the next several months as more of the expenditure plans from the delegates get enacted and the projects get underway. We have primarily a lot of that workload in the water program area, and we're working with NTUA, we're working with Land Department, we're working with all the other entities to make sure that we stay on top of our roles and responsibilities to do the clearance work and to also do construction design reviews and to make sure that the projects that are being funded by the ARPA dollars for water extensions do the job that they're designed to do. One of the things that I wanted to highlight, which it's not necessarily a budget impact, but going back over the past couple of years, I do believe that there's some questions that may arise and some explanations that we would need to offer. The Criminal Enforcement Department, when I arrived, was completely vacant. The officers in that department, in that business unit, were, I think the last one resigned in 2021. And apparently no programmatic activity was happening in that department. It was still on the books, receiving $300,000 in general funds. And my initial response to that was, well, we needed to start filling the positions and what I call reconstituting the department. In February, we did try and make a selection for the senior sergeant position, but that person was deemed not fit for the job upon the background check that our office conducted, even though the Office of Background Investigations did provide a clearance for the individual. And so we ended up having to rescind a job offer, and that resulted in a grievance. And so that grievance process is still making its way through the Office of Hearing Appeals. We had a hearing date set on July 20th, but that hearing date got continued, and we're still waiting for when we're going to be able to get that hearing completed. We did move money around in that department this year to put money into temporary positions, and through that process, we were able to hire one person to come back in to help me reconstitute this department. That's Mr. Leo Hosky here. Mr. Leo Hosky was part of the initial development of this department back in the early 2000s under federal funding support from the USDA Department of Justice COTS grant. And I've been in contact with former staff who did resign in 2021, and we're hoping to bring some of those folks back. But it is a process that is delayed because of the hearing But as far as the availability to use the temporary positions that we've rebudgeted, we can hire one more person before the end of the fiscal year, but the end of the fiscal year is coming close. So I wanted to let you know that we continue to need resources in this department, and when we get to their budget, we can have further discussion on that. Overall, with our resources remaining essentially the same or slightly reduced going forward at this point, anything that has to do with operations is where we see impacts from our current budget allocation. I've been paying attention to expenditure rates. I looked at last year's expenditure rates when I first came on board, the ones that were attributed to September 30th, 2022, and I noticed that many of our departments and business units, I think only 2 of them were at 80% or more expended, and that was last year. And I've been working with the department managers to do a better job of making sure that our resources for this fiscal year are well expended. And we have the expenditure report from OMB in here, which shows that we still are challenged to spend our resources. I reflect back again to the removal of the public health emergency, and we are doing more traveling and we're doing more training. Our people are getting out into the field this field season with more in-person services and inspections and meeting with folks face-to-face. And I believe that you'll see in more of our business units an increase in expenditures when we get to the end of the fiscal year. I've always explained to past leadership that many of our expenses come in the summer months when we do a lot of inspections and a lot of traveling. Now that we're free to do that and we're not restricted by COVID as much, I believe we'll get back to that as a regular course of business for Navajo EPA. But it may take us another year to fully get back to 2019 expenditure levels. The last thing I'll finish up with is we do have some unmet needs. In my office, I asked for resources to reestablish our communications component. Again, when I arrived back in Navajo EPA, our senior public information officer position had been abolished 2 years before. And there was no communications function within the Navajo EPA. I surmised that that was just a responsibility that was delegated and passed on to each manager to handle their own communications. It's been my experience in the past, though, that it's good to have a centralized function and a resource for the entire agency to rely upon. In the work that we do, we often engage with the press, in particular when we have meetings and discussions in public forums about the abandoned uranium mining cleanup efforts. News reporters come from our local news publications, regional. I used to have a working relationship with Associated Press reporters, as well as their time to time sitting in front of a TV camera in a studio doing in-person interviews. And so those types of functions need support, and I asked the president to help reestablish that. And we got $40,000 from the pool for that. We had asked for $148K. We also want this person to work with all of the EPA to help meet the goal that I set, which is to have a nationwide conference, or at least a major conference, to provide the people an ability to hear from my programs of all the information and the things that we've been doing, all the information that's been gathered through the years of the pandemic, and all the work that has been progressing during those times when, you know, surely the important factors of just getting through each day kind of overshadowed everything on our daily life here in the nation. There's lots of information that our programs have worked on. There's a lot of work that continued on these abandoned uranium mine cleanups, and the people are very interested in understanding exactly what our status is right now, as evidenced by last Sunday's meeting in Theroux chapter. Well-attended, 7.5-hour session, and no breaks, and food provided, and lots of questions at the end of the day. I feel that all the parties involved there provided good information, but still, this was just one instance and probably needs to happen more frequently. So a strong communications function within Navajo EPA should be reestablished, and I'll be working in that vein. We have other needs from 3 other areas within Navajo EPA under unmet needs. And I just want to highlight one of them, one extra one, and that is a new permit program that we're proposing for the minor sources on the Navajo Nation that emit air pollutants in the course of their affairs and their businesses operations. You were briefed on that about a month ago, and we're going to be briefing President Nygren in particular because this is one of those areas where, again, it's protecting the environment, but also doing it in a manner that supports the necessary business operations of things like gravel pits, asphalt batch plants that are working to improve our roads. We want to make sure that we do this in a manner where all concerns and any confusion that may arise from a new permitting program and how we're going to be establishing a new regulatory program is going to be rolled out. And it may seem like competing goals, but we have done this in the past on the major source program, and we've done this with our construction design review program. There's always questions from the regulated community as to what these impacts will really mean for their bottom line, and so we will continue to keep not only the RDC up to date on the evolution of this new program, but also the president and my colleagues from the other divisions, community development, transportation, and economic development as well, just to name a few. But this program will need some initial startup dollars, and that's the reason for this unmet need. And I believe it's been proposed in years past too, right? Yeah, because these regulations have been in development for 4 years, and so we're finally getting ready to launch this effort. With that, Madam Chair, members of the RDC, if you want me to go line by line for each business unit, I'm familiar with that process, going through the pluses and minuses of each one, but I believe Exhibit A provides a thorough summary of all of our funding sources. We do have an updated Exhibit A that we would like to make sure that you have a copy of. Because of the last-minute clarification to provide more information on all of our external grants, the Exhibit A that was read into the record only showed part of that. And you can see in OMB's report that the number is actually much larger. So this is just that bottom right-hand corner of Exhibit A. It doesn't change anything in regards to the general funds allocation that we budgeted. With that, Madam Chair, I complete my introductory statement.
So with that, thank you, Mr. City, for providing that overview in regards to proposed budget for Navajo Nation EPA for FY 2024. So we do have a motion and a second on the floor, and at this time, I'd like to go ahead and ask if any of the, members of Resources and Development Committee have any questions with the budget, that was presented here to us by EPA. I'd like to yield the floor over to Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, I'd like to, put in, my honorable RDC colleagues if there's any questions or comments. Madam Chair, Seuss?
Yeah, Vice Chair, and again, thank you again, Mr. City. So I have, questions in regards to Surface and Groundwater Protection Department. Under their tab of account number 111004. According to the budget form 1, I noticed that for the department, they're getting a drastic decrease of $56,667. But so when I look at Surface and Groundwater Protection Department with the program performance assessment scores that Office of Management and Budget had provided to us, I see that their score is 4.40, which says that they exceed the expectations of the goals and objectives of this department. Now, as division director, and also, I don't know if the department manager, Ms. Barney, is in attendance, but may I ask why there has been a big decrease in this particular department budget, with the fact that it's been performing very well in meeting its program performance and measures that were possibly stipulated in the FY '23 budget form 2. So that would be the question I'd like to ask at this time, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Seuss. I'd like to go ahead and, give the floor back over to, Division Director, Mr. Stephen City, to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair, and, Vice Chair Johnson. Many of our programs have reduced their operating amounts, and one of the first programs that stepped forward to help out with the need for additional funds for my salary was this program. But we tried to make some adjustments using some of their available special revenue sources. But there's also, I believe, a contractual amount of funding that this business unit had in their budget last year, which is not in this year's program. So I'm going to let Mr. Barney provide a little bit more detail.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Yolanda Barney, the Department Manager for the Surface and Groundwater Department. And, we were advised that Mr. City's salary was going to be in deficit, and he had, talked about dipping into our special revenue, that the different programs were going to be, I guess, used to address that deficit. And special revenue has language in the Act regarding how we manage the permit money that we generate. And one of them is making sure that everything we generate in terms of permits goes specifically back to that program that generates those funds. So I didn't want Mr. City to dip into special revenue just because of that law and how that was interpreted. So what I did then was the senior office specialist in the department is going to be transferring back to the criminal enforcement department. So that salary and tax and all that actually was made available to help out with the city salary, and that would be okay. During COVID, I ran the program. I did everything that all of the staff are assigned to do: finances, personnel, inspection reports, report to EPA. And I did that for the program without the staff help. The only thing I can do do with engineering, I'm not an engineer. So, I figured I can go ahead and handle the secretarial support on, something that's on my side, and it's gonna be just me. I will be the only person in the department. And the other thing that we have a deficit on, or not a deficit, but I went ahead and I withdrew, the contract for our outside attorney. It's really hard to get the contract in place. It's August, and we still have yet to do the amendment number 3 to the contract. It goes back and forth at contract accounting and AP, and, you know, they have their different interpretations and their different policy changes and so on and so forth. And by the time we actually get the contract in place, it's September 30th, and we can't do it. So, just to avoid all that, then I went ahead and withdrew that 33,000. I was made available. Thank you.
Thank you for your response. I'd like to, yield the floor back over to Madam Chair Cruz for a follow-up.
Yeah, Vice Chair. So thank you for that, Ms. Barney, and also Mr. Etcity. So looking at your current, Form 2 for your performance measures, I see that in lines of, what you just had mentioned, you have to provide, you know, education and training, to increase compliance. So with that, you know, I'm talking about public education events, trainings, outreach activities, website updates. And since, you know, being in the workforce like this, as a legislative body, I feel that to be an impact on your overall department. And I look at the Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency's Exhibit E with the unmet needs. And since, you know, we're taking a lot of your funding to supplement division director salary, one of the recommendations that I would like to make is why can't 111004 business unit number also look at an unmet needs budget to, you know, if there's a probability to recoup the cost that you're going to be losing, or maybe even partial of the amount, I think that would be a little more efficient and effective, because the bottom line is, are the other programs or even the administration of Environmental Protection Agency looking at assisting you with supplies, lease and rental, communication, repairs, your contractual services. So that is my biggest concern. So I don't know if that will be a recommendation to the division to possibly put that in the Exhibit E of the recommended unmet needs budget for the Environmental Protection Agency, because the reason why I'm concerned is that it's going to impact meeting your objectives as a program, as a department. And not only that, you did mention that now your office specialist position has been taken to another department, or I don't know if that was abolished. Okay, it's been moved over, so it's a one-person department, and with just all the workload and the responsibilities that is highlighted in Form 2, I feel that to be, you know, a lot of workload for just one individual in this department. So again, I just wanted to put that out, and it is a concern for me, because again, you know, we really have to be careful in how we work with our employees. Oftentimes, you know, we overwork them, and you know, we overwork them with little pay, and you know, it just really doesn't make no sense. And again, now to take all this money away. So I don't know, as a division director and as a department manager, if that could be a consideration that can be made in an agreement internally to add that as an unmet needs budget to Exhibit E for the FY 2024 proposed budget from EPA. So I just wanted to draw that concern back to you, Vice Chair Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, give the floor back to our Division Director, Mr. McCitty, for response.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson and, Madam Chair for the, concern. I believe, after I make my statement, I'd like to have Yolanda also, share her thoughts. The program, that, Ms. Barney works with, also has several other components and grant-funded positions, so, I believe there's additional office support, administrative support from a few of those positions, but, the removal and transfer of the staff person that's the senior office specialist from within her immediate business unit back over to where she came from initially, back to the criminal enforcement department, is an impact. That person did provide her with a fair amount of good support over the last couple of years. And I would support an unmet needs request from, Ms. Barney. I believe she, didn't get one in the time frame that we were working with the president's office, so. Barney?
Thank you. We will certainly submit an unmet needs document to, recoup some of these costs.
Okay, thank you for your response. I'd like to, give the floor back over to Madam Chair Stu. Give a response,
Gushing.
follow up.
Mr. City and Ms. Barney for your response. And, so before we actually approve the legislation, whatever the unmet needs that you would feel, would have to go into this, Exhibit E with the, I know we got some new, copies here this morning, but it would have to be added, so I don't know how long it's gonna take you. For the reason being, yesterday, we had directed Division of Community Development to bring their laptop and their printer in so that they could print, the updated, information into these exhibits, because it has to be read into the record as, eventually, an amendment as an addition. So, the second question I have, Vice Chair, is that, under Business Unit 111001, Form 2, the first performance criteria measure is the program performance measure, organized Navajo EPA programs with respect to OPVP and the Navajo Nation Council legislative priorities. Yesterday, or the day before, one of our honorable colleagues here with Resources and Development Committee, there was a consensus that we don't want to gear a division's priorities towards the OPVP's priorities or the Navajo Nation Council. We all know that every division that is under the oversight of Resources and Development Committee has a plan of operations that has been approved. And we rather that we have every division concentrate on what is supposed to be met, or what is the vision of every division that is stipulated in the plan of operation, and based off of a strategic session with the whole department under EPA, we would hope that that's how the priorities are identified, not because as legislative body we want certain projects to be completed or certain projects that OPVP wants completed. So, again, we had recommended one of the prior divisions to see if that can be reworded to where, and we feel like it might be seen as a conflict of interest by our people of the Great Navajo Nation, so we'd rather put it in lines of what it states in EPA's plan of operation. So if that item, organized Navajo EPA programs with respect to OPVP and the NNC legislative priorities, can be reworded to where those words of OPVP and Navajo Nation Council legislative can be eliminated off of your Form 2. So again, I just wanted to reiterate that since it was brought up and it was a discussion with one of our divisions that had a similar language provision on their Form 2. So, I get what's, so back to you, Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Sue, I can give the floor back over to the Division Director, Stephen City.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, Otto, Madam Chair, for your comment. I did hear the prior discussion, on this matter with, I believe it was community development. We can modify that language. I've worked with programs that do put in, language such as hold, briefings or conduct work sessions to, stay coordinated on program priorities. We can amend this statement to be more reflective of kind of what we do periodically when we come before you for updates or, that we want to bring to you. I know this division, as we get more back onto what we normally do, from time to time, we have to do an enforcement action. We usually come to the oversight, to inform you of those types of things. We don't have an enforcement, outlook that we've completed just yet, but we've started talking about that for next year. But I would offer that as an alternative that we can continue to work on revising that statement.
Thank you, Mr. City. Madam Chair, there's any other, questions from our RDC colleagues pertaining to the budget? Chairman Smith?
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chair Johnson, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, and Mr. Head City, or staff. You really have an excellent staff, Mr. Head City. Mr. Warren there, Warren Rowan's done an excellent job, Ms. Quintana, as well as your other staff, and that's on the 24th Council. As council, we cannot get involved in personnel, and there was nothing we can do at the time for some of the employees. There was approximately 15 of them in Hanukkah when we did it on that. You made a statement here on the record that you're going to go back to 2021, some of those employees, you're going to bring them back, and I'm glad that you're going to give them an opportunity. They wouldn't get the Nebon Civic case, though the Nephilim. Some of them are experts, like Ronnie Ben. He was good at his job. So was Daryl Yazzie and others. And we just can't get involved there. But Nanasha, you seem like a very fair person and respectful to your employees. And that's how, to me, as a council member, I like working with people. Yes, we get on to people. You can get on to people and still instruct them and help them understand certain things. And I'm glad you said that, and you're going to bring some folks back, and you're going to have Mr. Hofsky on the team there with you. I really have a lot of respect for him as well. So, staff, so, Corolla, Madam Chair, you had Ziggy, you had Division of Economic Development, the Aquaki, so, it was more to me, it was a political campaign promise that was going to be fulfilled. And I didn't think that was proper right in there, what was written. Of course, maybe what needs to be written is organize Navajo EPA programs with respect to Navajo Nation environmental priorities. Because even where it says in C, we could mark that out and put RDC in there, but then it wouldn't be right for us to promote ourselves in that way. Because we, Resource and Development Committee, we work well with Navajo EPA. maybe that language just needs to be, looked at, Mr. City. I don't did the, maybe it's a typo, and, okay, number 3, Kaya, positions, number 3. So if you turn the page, and on the third page again, A4, and then you have number 3 in parentheses, so maybe you need to change that letter, the wording, that where it says 4 to 3, because you have 3 next to it. So, but you go looking down to other pages, then you only have 3 positions that you're making reference to, not 4. So, I don't, to me, everything looks well for me. I've reviewed every bit of it, other than they put at the very end also, there's another section of that 111001 Nabaka Ada. At the very end, so there's twice, it's one here and there's one back there. Unmet needs? Okay. But they're both the same. So, so we look forward to working with you all. I know we have a lot of work to do. There's the President's environmental priorities. Environmental priorities. And it says to work with divisions, departments, programs, and others. But I don't see RDC on there at all. RDC should be added on there because we're the oversight. If the President wants these priorities accomplished through you as a director, your staff, we're the oversight. Anything that you want, Mr. Ed City, through legislations, we accomplish things. So, President, you can remind him to add RDC. Don't leave us out of it, because all this is our work. RDC, and all that's written here, that he has written, climate change, fish and wildlife, and also water is life, San Juan River. Just recently, Monday, legislation 0033-23 was signed by the President. I sponsored that for establishing a mitigation fund. I didn't get that email until that morning, and I had this as a priority. If they would have scheduled that 8 o'clock or 7, I would have been there to be a part of it, or any of my colleagues would have been there if we were all notified ahead of time. Even his scheduler emailed me the night before, way late at night. By then, I'm in bed, The next morning, I wake up, I just get ready and take off, and then I try and look at my email, and on the way I saw it, so I figured I'm not going to be able to make it. I have 3 other colleagues along the river, Chair Charles Noon, Chair Crowdy, and Delegate Yanito. San Juan River, the Old King Mine School, and give it a day, so, it says here, farmers and ranchers along San Juan River. We have so much idle farms that we need to address. We can reassign some of these farmlands to people that would need it. Some of them have been idle for 20, 30 years. And I'm glad that we're going to start talking about it. We've been talking about it and trying to do something. And when the incident happened with the hemp and marijuana thing, all these law enforcement came in 2 days again, and they were told to leave the evidence of those hoop houses there. And because of it, they can't even use the farm there, but they've never used it anyways to begin with, their farms. So we need to look at those farms and reassign them. So, and then the President says we'll work with chapters and enterprises so they can use this water for their sustainability. But the land is sacred. The land, grazing, everything. do river epahi farm hono the chinde the farms at national many farms jito other look at Chicago, Wheatfield, Sahili, the farms at national, and I believe at Cameron as well. And I just heard there were some farms over at Tuba City too. So it is, huh? It's just not along the river. And also Ajakamado, Vince James, there's like 20 farms over there. Probate, Baka, well, that's not part of the environment. But anyways, illegal dumping, it's been going on for a long time, Mr. Ed City. I lived along this road in 36 and the other one. And San Juan chapter, Jay trash another hatla. The following year, trash another hatla, the same amount. What is it, 1 mile? It's a Neka from 8 in the morning till about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 1 mile. That many trash with about 15 people. That's a lot of trash just for 1 mile. The next year we go back and they think, oh, no, illegal dumping is just everywhere. How do you resolve it? I caught this gentleman. I was looking, lady, I run 3 miles every once in a while. And I saw a pickup truck sitting over there, so I started running. I was pitching a swooting there. I think we trash it day again. And I take my phone with me. Good thing. When I came up on him, I started taking pictures of him, and I told him, what's your name? And I took his license plate, and I said, there's a $500 fine. What do you see, I took your picture, your license plate. You can pay $500, sir, I can just call the Navajo Nation Police, and I know where you live, you can pay $500, or you can load it back up. And we stood there, and he was quiet, and he didn't know what to do. And I told him, I'm giving you an opportunity here to do the right thing, and he shook his head, and he just started loading it back in. And then I kept running, and I watching him. Later, 1 hour, that says, the next day I went jogging again, he cleaned it up. So $500, maybe those signs need to be bigger. Illegal dumping, $500 on a call, maybe they'll catch people's attention. And you hate to report them, but you have to. Either talk to them and tell them when you see it, but we're not going to see them. Some of them, they do it early in the morning or late at night or when nobody's looking, So, I don't want to be long-winded. So, thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman, for that, and go ahead and give the floor back over to Division Director in the city. On comment.
Yeah, Vice Chair, Chairman Nez. Many of the people that are sitting here today, they worked with me when I was director before. I had 12 years in the saddle back then. And I watched Leo move on to executive protection from our criminal enforcement department. Worked with Patrick Antonio all these years, getting water quality standards approved by US EPA, and we got the underground injection control primacy, working with Yolanda and the prior technical staff in that program. I moved Eugenia from my office to Air and Toxics Department, so I'm the one that supported her becoming a department manager. I've worked with Laverne Begay here on many of our budgets in the past. One of the first things I did in my first meeting was I thanked him for sticking to it and being here when I came back. One of the things that I would like to add to Chair Nez's statement, yes, we are looking at people that departed Navajo EPA and seeing if we can bring them back because some of them are very interested in resuming the work that they were doing. Some of them have actually crossed over to federal service, and, I'm even trying to figure out a way, perhaps potential IPA, Intergovernmental Personnel Act agreements. We currently have 2 IPAs within the Superfund office from US EPA, but one of my former staff went over to work for Department of Energy, and another one works at BIE right now. There are probably other staff that work in other federal agencies, so, we'll be looking at a whole set of options as to where we might be able to bring former staff back, the ones that have years of dedicated work here now with EPA and are still willing to apply all their experience for the benefit of our people through these programs. Moving over to the President's campaign priorities, I know from my prior experience the importance of working with RDC. In those years, I believe it was the Resources Committee. I had a very good working relationship with former Chair George Arthur. We did a lot of good things together.
GCDC.
Well, Resources Chair. The highlight was 2007 when both he and I were sitting in front of Congress on the uranium issues, and all of the legislation that was established to protect the nation against renewed uranium mining. And back in that day, President Shirley and President Shelley basically gave me my directives and said, let's get this work done. And it was only through that coordination with our oversight committee that many things were achieved. I look forward to continuing to do that. If you heard my confirmation address to you all in April, I did highlight that there's no way to do this other than in partnership with the oversight committee, and that I look forward to working with you. I will. I know that we may not always see things the same way, but your leadership is important. Your ideas are definitely welcome, and we will continue to work together. You guys have already beat me to DC. One of the things, I'm older, I'm a Che these days. I don't move around as fast as I used to when I was in my 30s, when I was in this office before. I like to stay closer to home, but I had to tell my granddaughter I'm going to be spending more time on the road. And so the next time we go to DC, I look forward to being with you and developing all the necessary preparations for those. Look forward to working with our Washington office to help coordinate things. So I'm familiar with that collaboration. Look forward to working with Mr. Tahi on making sure all the information you need from us is at your disposal. As far as some of the other individual campaign promises, illegal dumping, it was there 12 years ago, and it still just keeps coming back. The President has expressed interest in developing a landfill system. We don't have landfills. I was at US EPA in the early 90s when the landfill that impacts Indian country was registered in the courts. Backcountry against dumps versus US EPA. And I understand the issues with the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act incorrectly defining tribes as municipalities, and there's no way to get program approval for what's called a RCRA Subpart Part 258, the landfill program. We're finding an interest from the US EPA to try and work around that. It's one of the things that was on my to-do plate a long time ago that didn't get addressed, so I'm looking forward to getting on that. I will be talking with our Community Development Director, my colleague, Mr. Castillo, and I need your help, because one of the first things that we have to put before our people is a land withdrawal for the purposes of a landfill. And that acreage is substantial. That type of commitment is similar to a grazing permittee giving up hundreds of acres for a shopping center. And it's interesting because the shopping center and business and commerce, and I know Madam Chair may understand this more than I do, but businesses generate waste. And businesses have to manage that, and it becomes an operating cost on a daily basis. And the current way we do that is we just haul everything off the reservation. So we definitely have an interest in reducing operating costs for new businesses and for our businesses that are currently on the reservation in order to keep competitive and to offer the things that they offer to our people. So having a landfill system starts with the commitment of local people to withdraw the land for that purpose. I'm just gonna mention it, there's a lot of things that are still up in the air, but you've heard about landfills potentially taking some of the abandoned uranium mine waste. That happens across the United States. That is something that we might be willing to explore too. And in that regard, the EPA is interested in helping us establish a landfill system. So we might be able to get multiple things addressed with an approved landfill system. It is a business enterprise at the outset. The EPA, both the U.S. and Navajo EPA, will have a regulatory role, but the primary success of a landfill is basically following the same path of setting up a business for success, because there are financial transactions that take place at a landfill and daily operational needs that these costs go into. And so I look forward to exploring that with members of the 25th Council, because some communities are going to be needed to step forward, and some individual grazing permittees will also need to step forward. And on the issue of land withdrawal, that's one of the first major steps to set us on a course to developing a whole system and dealing, hopefully, more effectively with illegal dumping. Thank you.
Chair, Mr. City, thank you for your response and comments. Let's give it back to the floor for my honorable RDC colleagues. If you have any questions on the budget. Okay, Madam Chair Seuss, you have the floor.
Mr. City, for sharing, the vision of EPA with you, having that leadership and being in that leadership role. The BU number 111014, Criminal Enforcement Department. Over reviewing the quarter assessment scores for FY23, the second and third quarter, the numbers were really low, unsatisfactory. You did mention that you brought Mr. Leo Hosky back in hopes that he can turn around these numbers. So just from the perspective of having to meet, program goals and objectives again, I guess in a sense, it's not asking for reassurance, but I just like to, emphasize that the department really needs to turn these numbers around so that in the future, going forward, if budget, will come here again before RDC, we'd like these numbers to be increased by next quarter. This coming fiscal year. And not only that, but again, we have new members on Budget and Finance Committee as well. And I don't know what, their take is going to be on numbers that are very low. And right now, they are really looking at the expenditure percentages on department budgets as well. They are more favorable with budgets that have been expended 60% or more. So again, if a lot of these budgets per the OMB's report under exhibit, I think it was B or C, that had these percentages that have been expended, like one of them is only at 19% and 11%. you know, is this, really, and a way to justify those, would that be because that the positions weren't filled for the fiscal year? So I just want to, you know, be very, just to have the division be mindful when you go before Budget and Finance Committee, why these, certain departments didn't need, you know, expending a lot of their budget of more than 60% or more. So again, if it's because of personnel, vacancies, then that would be a good argument, and I guess partial of that would also be because of COVID restrictions. Again, so I just wanted to give that as a heads up, Shanad Anido, looking forward to the new fiscal year, that these numbers would hopefully be changed to, you know, a 3.0 or above. So, so I just want to put that out, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the floor back over to Division Director, Mr. Pitti, for a response.
Yeah, Vice Chair Johnson, Madam Chair, Delegate Jesus. As you recall, I spent the last several years in another branch, in the judicial branch. And one of the things that we had as a big priority, and still, is FMIS and 6B certification. I was able to achieve that several years ago, and I bring that certification with me in my new job or coming back into EPA, and familiar with navigating. I work very closely with Ms. Laverne Begay here, and I keep up with the budget status report. The report that OMB did is for the date ending June 30th. We have ours ending at the end of July, and of course the numbers are a little bit higher in terms of the percent expended, but we still have programs that are below the 60% percentage at this point, and we will be looking forward to meeting all the deadlines for expending funds this fiscal year, and hopefully get that to a better ending percentage by September 30th. I've been very interested in working with Laverne as our FMIS 6B training coordinator. I've been hoping that all of my managers are 6B certified. I think we just have 2 of them to get crossed over. But I believe that is a very important priority, and it speaks to the ability to show expenditure of general funds programs as well as how it relates to the Form 2s and the performance criteria. The activities in Criminal Enforcement Department, for the 2 quarters that I've been there, I just know there hasn't really been a whole lot because there's no positions. Now, bringing Mr. Hosky on board, he's helping simply just get everything administratively laid out, even to the point where the 4 vehicles that are assigned to that business unit, they've been stored up at Fleet Management. We're finding out what it's going to take to get those units rolling again, and we got to buy some new batteries, and we got to make sure that those units are going to be roadworthy and reliable once we get going again in FY 2024. So Mr. Hosky is just doing a lot of very fundamental, basic administrative work at this point in time, and the ability to get out into the community and do surveillance work and many of the things that are spoken to in the Form 2, we definitely want to start hitting those in the first quarter of next year. The officers in that program, from my experience, have done a lot to augment not only the investigative and inspection work done by all of the programs in Nauvoo EPA, but they also have a status very much like officers on the Nauvoo Nation Police Department, and they do support those police activities. Most notably, I remember during the fair times when there's a need to have an increased force either in Shiprock or Window Rock or Tuba City. And our officers will be field-based. We're gonna have one in Tuba City like we used to have. Leo will be here, and we hope to have another person who may help us cover the northern and central region. We look to potentially grow this program. We are reducing one officer just to help us get up and running again, so that we're not dealing with vacancies again at this time next year. But if we have success bringing people back in, and we may have a new position to request from 24 going into 25, we'll make you aware of that before we put those budgets in front of you. So, I expect to at least have a couple of briefings later this fiscal year and into next fiscal year on how we're doing with the reconstitution of our criminal enforcement department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. City, for your response. At this time, I'd like to, ask my RDC colleagues if there's any, questions on the budget. Here you are. All right.
Vice Chair,
Oh.
like trustee there.
Honorable Clark, my apologies. You have the floor.
Thank you. And I might want to take notes because I'm gonna go down the line here. Well, good morning, Mr. City, and then to the staff here, and then to my honorable colleagues for the excellent questions and recommendations, also the statement of impact that was shared. I'm gonna go ahead and just the ones that I have a comment or concern, and this is tab 111001, Navajo Nation EPA Administration. So in there, you do have an expense for employee-related expense for background checks, $500, and that was for 2 individuals. So the question is, what types of background checks are required for Navajo Nation EPA? The next one I have is tab number 111004, Program Performance Measurements. I just want to say that those numbers that are in that performance measurement are good numbers. I think that they're like at 75, and I'm really thankful that you did project those numbers. Under your unit of 2110, under that same tab, you have one cost-shared position in the amount of $92,831. So if you could explain that, and I think it's referring to the environmental department manager. And then I also noticed that you're using GSA vehicles versus our fleet vehicles, and I just wanted to know if that was an internal decision or because it's government-related funding. But I noticed that that was a good choice because it doesn't have the sales tax imposed on those GSA vehicles. And then I know that the GSA vehicles are dotted within several of those departments. So could you just tell us how many GSA vehicles you have altogether for the entire program? So for all of the programs under EPA. And then under tab number 111011, which is the Resource Conservation and Recovery Program, you have under that professional legal attorney services, which is 6660, you have under 6670, 20,000 consulting fee, and then you have 6680, $183 consulting expense. So in that consulting fee for professional attorney services, is this the area that you were referring to where you're not finding any attorneys? And then also, I guess I have a question why there's consulting expense when you do have the fees. Normally a fee does include their expense, but in here you have a amount of $183. Under tab 111014, Navajo EPA Criminal Enforcement, Madam Chair did share the scores, and then also she did state that she wants to see the numbers change by the next quarter. So in there, I noticed that, the question related to the criminal enforcement part is there a timeline for the 3 environmental law enforcement officers to begin? And that was related to Madam Chair's question. The other thing I did notice, you did state that you, went and worked with, Ms. Barney, but also in this particular tab, you did use $2,853 to cover your fringe benefit as a political appointee. So if I could just get that verified, that was for your salary. And then under that same section, actually it's 511002 storage tank program, which is a special revenue account. I'm in support of what you were talking about, the IPA for the geologist position, also the environmental tech position, your environmental program supervisor. And so I think that in order to fill all of these positions that we're seeing all across the Navajo Nation, that we should, as a Navajo Nation, think about contracting positions out. So I think that since you do have those 3 positions as vacancies, and those are pretty difficult positions to fill due to the education requirements, the certification requirements, but I do think that I would like to see a summary, for you to draft that summary of the IPA and present that to the RDC. And then in addition to that, you do have within that same storage tank program under 9050, and then specifically .9054, you have building improvement of $25,000. I just wanted to ask if you could explain that and the plans for that budget line item. And then under 511003, you have underground injection control special revenue. So, in that, what I wanted to say is that under your compliance measurements, you do, have the responsibility of looking at safe drinking water. And I think that, I don't know if you do work with the chapters, the schools, DCD, NCUA, but I do feel like your department can come together with a lot of those entities to ensure groundwater. So the example I want to use is right now, Noslini community is experiencing a shortage of water, and so they do have a well, and it only pumps 15 gallons per minute. And so by the time it recharges throughout the night, the people with the tap water accessibility, the ones that are on the line, what they're doing is they're putting their garden hose into their 350 gallon, they're filling up water for their animals. So the people that reside along the mountain or those that don't have running water, by the time they get to Noslini chapter to try to get the services, they're told like you can only get 10 gallons of water because that well is not sufficient. So I do feel like, we do need to assist our chapters and the communities out there, and I think your department has that capability. So in there, just going off of your program performance, it just says promote economic development by ensuring compliance with Navajo Nation Safe Drinking Water Act and UIC regulations. So that was just an example I wanted to use. And then in there, you have positions on your business unit page, and you have two vacancies. One says associate geologist, and then the other just says unclassified title. But at the end of the page, on page 9 of 9, I think that unclassified, does say environmental department manager. So I would just recommend you change that unclassified to meet as your environmental department manager. And then under 511005, Public Water System Supervision Program, which is a special revenue, it says 300,000 of that is at general fund. And so when we're talking about water systems, since EPA does do the inspection of water and wastewater facilities, and you conduct the sanitary surveys, I think we do have to explore a recommendation that our tribal enterprise contribute at least 10% of that, your requesting amount, so that we're not relying 100% on general funds. So if you did a 10% of the 300,000, that would be like 30,000 that the enterprise would contribute to that particular program to conduct some of that field work. So I think that with our revenue that's been decreasing, we do have to find ways to offset so that we're not relying 100% on general funds. And then in that specific area as well, under 9070, your capital outlay, you have .9074, which is the CAP Consulting Services to aid in building a Navajo Nation EPA campus. The amount is $90,000. So my question is, what plans do you have in place, and where is that proposed campus? So those would be my questions for now, and I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair Johnson.
Okay, Honorable Call, thank you for your statements. I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to our Division Director, Chair City, for your response. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Flaw, I will be asking department program managers for assistance in responding to your questions, but I will take the first several. For the business unit for the Office of the Executive Director or Administration, you're asking about the budgeted amount of $500 for background checks. We do have some vacancies in the ARPA area, and trying to fill those, and that's where we would be applying those funds. We have financial support positions that need to be filled. For the business unit 111004, the cost share position is for Ms. Yolanda Barney's position, I believe, department manager. You want to just verify that?
The department manager is gonna be 90% specialty groundwater, 1104, and 10%, the department actually has quite a bit of dealings with regard to the other projects that are coming in. We do construction permits, approval, we issue permits for the entity to begin construction, so we got to do the engineering design. We want to make sure that water infrastructure and wastewater infrastructure
and the overarching question about, vehicles, I believe we have a mixture of GSA and fleet, nomination fleet management vehicles. And to answer your question about how many GSA vehicles we have currently, in place, I would need to go to each department manager. I don't have that number right on the top of my head. Amy, do you have any?
No. I have three.
3 GSA vehicles. Does that include Patrick? No.
That's correct.
So the water department, does UIC have a vehicle?
Yes, yes.
So you have 7. In the total surface and groundwater protection department, there's a total of 7 GSA vehicles across all their programs. For Warren Road, do you have any GSA vehicles? 0. And Aaron Toxic doesn't have any. All of the vehicles for criminal enforcement are fleet vehicles, so I believe then that leaves administration, and ours is fleet, so we don't have a GSA vehicle. So I have 7 GSA vehicles. Are those GSA? Seven GSA vehicles. Getting back over to special revenue. The question for 511011. Oh, sorry, we're still in general fund. For RCRP, consulting fee and concomitant consulting expenses. It's been my experience generally that those 2 parts of consulting, especially with an entity like a contract attorney, those areas of fees that are not associated with paying their billable hours, the expense part is usually things like their phone calls, their travel expenses, they come out for meetings and other things that are relegated to like the administrative area of their services. So most of this particular item in that budget will be for paying for the actual fees that the contractor or that the contractor will be doing, with the minimum amount on supporting their expenses. For 111014, our criminal enforcement department. When I look at the timing of the hiring, I believe you'll see on the personnel form 3 that we are prorating the hiring of the officers. Form 5. It is my hope that we will be able to go through the process. We have 2 viable candidates right now for permanency. One of them is Mr. Leo Hosky, and one of them is a former officer. So we would hope to complete those 2 hirings before the end of this fiscal year. If not, then immediately right at the beginning of fiscal year 2024 to have 2 permanent positions. The office specialist on October 1 will be moving over from the water programs back into her old position at criminal enforcement, so that one will be on the books. We don't need to rehire there. So that will leave us with the supervisory sergeant, which is still subject to this grievance process, and I can't give you a definite date as to when that will be cleared for hiring. And that leaves 1 more officer, which we hope to, in my view, and we haven't committed this to an actual calendar date, but, you know, by second quarter, we should be able to have that officer, at least going through the background, the final background checks for his or her hiring. So I would say by third quarter, all the positions that you see in this business unit next set of questions, I believe in that business unit, there is a fringe amount, and that is if it's budgeted for the political appointee rate, that is my position, right? Yes, $2,853. And, moving over to the special revenue questions, storage tank, as I mentioned, we have two federal personnel who are with us now under an IPA. They are in the Superfund program. There is not a plan in place at this point to increase the number of IPAs. It is an option that I see as a viable option. And for the storage tank program, Mr. Warren Roan and I will have to sit down and talk about the use of IPAs in that area. But generally, I think that that's a good way to staff up. And if there's a recommendation from the Resources Development Committee to consider contracting some of those positions, we will look at that option. And I believe there was a question under this particular business unit for 9050.
Yes.
Turn to that. For capital improvement, I believe the storage tank building occupies a modular building, and they have expenses to upkeep that modular building. Mr. Warren, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, the $25,000 is to do operation and maintenance, at the modular building, the level and, costing, prevent water intrusion and also, basically level the building.
Moving on to the questions for our underground injection control program, 511003. This program primarily focuses on what's happening in our oil fields. And so while its focus is on groundwater protection from those activities in the oil and gas industry, the program does do a lot of work for other drinking water wells that serve the whole variety of users, such as schools, businesses, government buildings, and residential homes. We work with NCUA, and we do inspections on a regular basis. So there are many school systems that we address, but not from this particular program. I don't know if Ms. Barney wants to say anything more.
511003 primarily operates in the Shipwreck area because it's closer to Annis and Montezuma Creek and the Eastern Agency where oil and gas operations are held. They oversee when the oil and gas industry mines the oil and gas, they use water and salt to pressurize the underground. Well, that water and salt gets reinjected into wells, and so that particular one, that activity is monitored closely so that there's no contamination of drinking water systems. So their particular activity is very, very specific, and that's why it rests within the Nomination Safe Drinking Water Act. We want to make sure that the drinking water is safe and continues to be safe. The 511005 is a permit program where we generate funds, and we have a variety of responsibilities. One of them is to conduct inspections of drinking water wells, and, we monitor public water systems. If that public water system needs to have 25 people or more, 60 days of the year or more, and it serves a large population of 25 or more people. Anything less than that is considered an unregulated source, a livestock water source is an unregulated source. We don't regulate the unregulated sources of water. So if there is a well in an area that has an issue, if there is a population being served, we will take a look at it, but most likely it's not going to be classified as an official public water system. So 501-005 supports that activity as well as supporting the domestic wastewater, where we inspect wastewater lagoons operated by NQA, BIA. There's about 600 lagoons that we need to regularly monitor their activities. And then we're expanding to the septic tanks. So we will be monitoring septic tanks. We prefer to work with the businesses first, like the schools and restaurants and so on. But we don't regulate home septic tanks just yet. So we're working on that. There's not really water shortage. If it is a livestock source, it goes to Water Resources as a concern. If it is a regulated source, like one that is owned operated by BIA or NQA, then you work with us to find out what's wrong with it. And we work with BIA and NQA with our regulations and our oversight. We want to make sure that they're doing the right thing. If there's a shortage, then we need to know. But if it is a livestock source where people haul water from, that's Water Resources. With regard to staffing on 511-003, I used to be in that particular business unit because the work to help that program establish more programmatic functions was needed. We only had one staff there that was doing the work, and I needed to make sure that the administrative part was being handled, so I put myself in there 10%, which was really that much. This last year, because we hired more people to help out that program in Shiprock, I took myself out of that business unit. So now I'm in our so the environmental department manager will be taken out of the transferred out of Form 5, under 511-003. There is an established position called an associate geologist. Geologists are hard to find. These real technical positions, they're really hard to find. So what we do is we encourage the high schoolers to get into college and go specific fields like engineering, geology, hydrology, and sometimes they get lucky and they come back. Sometimes they don't come back. So we try really hard to make sure that there's a position available for them if they want to come home. During COVID, we did not see anybody coming home. So it's been real challenging. So there is an established position, the associate geologist, that would like to go. We did interview, but the person declined, most likely because the salary is not that. And I'm working with personnel to establish a geologist position, so we can have that particular program fully staffed with technical people. That particular position will be housed or managed out of the Shiprock office. So again, it's really, really hard to find these people. That's the unclassified position, it's the geologist position.
So on that one, just a clarification, within that same unit, you have unclassified, but then at the tail end, It says Environmental Department Manager. Okay, so that was her. But now you're saying that unclassified is a geologist.
I'm working with personnel now. I submitted all of their appropriate paperwork. I just went for them to make a decision.
Under 511005, there was a question about potentially getting more contribution from enterprises. I think maybe just a little explanation that the permit, or not the permit, the construction design review, administrative fees, that all comes from enterprises, people who are doing the construction work on the systems themselves, and so that's the main, one of the main sources for this fund. You want to explain a little bit more?
Yeah, the fund, anybody that's out there building a water line, an extension, a wastewater line, such as chemical and inspected into an existing NQA line, they need to submit a construction permit. So we regulate NQA, we regulate BIA, we regulate NECA, national housing, anybody out there that's wanting to. So our most recent discoveries, we found a lot of the, trailer businesses that are off Navajo. They're coming on Navajo and they're installing the septic tank without the construction. So we're trying to catch those ones to make sure that they comply with the, permit, the requirements of the permit.
Okay.
And then I believe the last question was on a $90,000 amount that is set aside for capital improvement, and a mention of developing Navajo EPA building or campus building. Yolanda's program has taken the lead to begin addressing our office space crises. We currently have two major programs, either totally displaced or partially displaced. We have a building that Yolanda's drinking water program, and her office was down on the fairgrounds. Been repeated water damage over the years, and they've been out of that building for a year and a half now, most recently, and housed in the main administration building in a conference room. The other program that's partially displaced is the Superfund program. We're supposed to move into the First American Credit Union building, but that building has remained unoccupied since it was purchased in 2016, and with no occupancy during the COVID period as well, things have only gotten worse in terms of the types of repairs. The challenge and the cost to address those has increased. We did put out an RFP, and I'll let Mr. Warren provide a little bit more, for repair work on plumbing and electrical matters inside that building. I think 2 RFPs, right? To date? Yeah. The last one, we didn't get any responses. And we just got one response. And so, we're trying to get that building repaired and renovated. But we're also working with economic development because they own the land underneath it, and I generally understand that there's a higher and better use for that land and the overall scope of what the Navajo Nation needs in terms of revenue, because a Navajo Nation entity doesn't pay rent to the Navajo Nation government, and economic development would prefer to see that building and that land area in commercial use, and any occupant of that space paying the preferred rental rate. So our Navajo EPA is kind of blocking potential revenue generation for Fort Defiance RBDO by occupying that. So that's giving me some reasons to think about labeling that as a temporary situation. If we ever get into that building, it's like almost immediately when we start to occupy that building, after we get it fixed and remediated, we gotta start making a plan to exit. And so there is a wonderful set of plans and ideas that the Yolanda's office has worked on. And there were entities that we were engaged in either negotiations or coordinated efforts to get our hands on 14 acres of land over east of Tebenito near the Navajo Nation Department of Transportation. But we've come to realize that that whole planning has come to an end because there's some inconsistencies in who has authority to parcel out lands that apparently have been designated for the use by the Navajo Code Talkers Association. And I believe there's some confusion about whether or not their designation of land was even appropriate. So our work was directly with the Code Talkers Association, so we had to cease that. The only thing that was fortunate for us was that we didn't dedicate any funds to anybody. We did start some planning work with an outside firm, but, you know, we didn't get into serious discussions. We wanted to bring that person on, that company on board to help us with project management and development of conceptual design, eventual construction design. But we basically are back to square one, searching for lands to develop. And so this $90,000 is resources that would help us if we can find the land and begin working on at least one of what would be several buildings that we need to build. And we're hoping to co-locate all of our future building structures in one area on an acreage large enough to house what we would call a campus. But we're not quite sure what size land we'll be able to find. Yolanda's staff is searching every pocket of land here in St. Michael's, looking at available land in Winter Rock, as well as working with Shiprock chapter and St. Michael's chapter, Clutzy, to look for available land. Yolanda, anything on that? But thank you for those questions, Mr. Vice Chair.
So thank you for your response and comments. On the far, does that meet your expectations of your question?
Yes, and there's one more follow-up question, please. I think that's gonna be related to the 511007, the Navajo Superfund Program. And in there, you do have the outlay, capital outlay again. And that one has the amount of $610,034.09, and that was in building improvement. So, is that the same buildings or different buildings is basically my last question. And then I think the last one would be on your unmet needs, just what was stated earlier, by the moving of the position and then adding it on to an unmet need. For me, I would be very hesitant to do that because an unmet need is not guaranteed. And so that's going to be my comment to you for that. And in the unmet need, you have $248,638. So in regards to your unmet need, what is your plan if that does not get approved? And I think as the years progress, there's going to be a shortfall every year, for it might be a decrease by a percentage. So just those two ending questions, and I'll turn it back over to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Call. Mr. Tibby?
Turn to the Superfund Special Revenue. building improvements on the last page of that, budget form 4. Again, the Superfund program is, trying to get into the building that they purchased 7 years ago, and there's substantial renovation and repair work that needs to be done. We also have a former lease area here in St. Michael that we're trying to get exit out of, but we still occupy that, and we're trying to work with the lessee or the lessor, in that area. Warren Road can maybe provide more details or break out $610,000 budget for.
Yes, the $600,000 is for the renovation of the First American Credit Union, for staff to move in and occupy, that space. As Mr. City indicated, that First American Credit Union was purchased back in, 2016, so as of today, we haven't, moved in, yet. So with this, opening, we have to do the necessary work to occupy that building.
I will say that particular site has drawn a lot of attention from, people other than Division of Economic Development. And, I think the easiest thing for us to do is to stay our course, but I'm also open to hearing other potential development options and potential, including in the plan is an exit strategy for you, Navajo EPA, to remove ourselves from that area of Window Rock, Central Business District. I've heard that intersection referred to as the Times Square of the Navajo Nation. And there's certainly more to be gained by getting more higher and better use of those lands other than government office buildings. My background as a city planner helps me understand that as well.
Mr. City,
Yes, that concludes our response.
okay. Honorable Claude, is that your question?
Yes.
Thank you. This time, is there any other honorable sister?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Madam Chair, members of RDC, and Honorable Superintendent, and Mr. Staff here, make a presentation, and also, staff here. Just a couple of questions. I know it's a comprehensive budget for Navajo Nation, and I was looking at all the external funds that was reported by OMB. Some of the expiration dates will be coming up 7/30/2023, and you said a good amount of money, funds, and what happens to, I guess, like, some are obligated or contracted? So once December 3rd comes about, 2023, what happens to those funds that are left over? That'll be my first question. And second, I was looking through the report by OMB, the budget status report, and I'm not picking on you, your department. I started catching this right here. I wish I could have caught that with Division of Community Development and Division of Economic Development. And it goes back to promotion items, gifts, and I see that under these special transactions, see some of these departments transfer a lot of money. There's a small amount in there, but large amounts have been transferred to the revised budget. And I look at some of these, again, I'm not going to go back to Division of Community Development, Economic Development. I saw some of these departments had very small amounts of promotional items and gifts. And now I'm looking at yours, some special transactions, a large amount of
transfers or budget revision. And, I'll also take a look at the economic development and, community development. And sometimes it was just brought to my attention that some of these programs or divisions just put a small amount in it just to have it, just to show, a small amount in these budgets, and later on, a lot of amount of money or budget make us revise, like transfer, just to get more money to promotional items, gifts, or those type of things. So, I wish I could give, ask this question to Division of Economic Development and to Division of, Community Development. Can you explain to me, we look at the budget status report, why some of these departments have large, budget revision under special transaction? Look at that. Then, if you look at, on your mid-lead, I really like to get that funded. I'm not sure how we can go about it. Just like my sister said, my little sister, it doesn't guarantee, but the unmet need that you're talking about, the first one, the senior public officer, I totally support that because all these issues pertain to uranium. All these issues pertain to the abandoned uranium mines. Those information has to be conveyed to our NAPA people what will be happening. So, for myself, I'll definitely push this amendment. But then it goes back to all our regulations that we have in place, laws in place, and we always get bashed that these laws, these regulations are not enforced. And these compliance officers you have in place, and I do support that the criminal enforcement department, to reestablish the criminal enforcement department to respond to environmental violations, bill, public emergency. And I'll definitely support the amendment for that one too. But I hope my colleagues will hopefully push for this because enforcement is a big issue. Yeah, we can make all these laws, we can have all these regulations, but if we don't enforce it, people get away with it. Look at our illegal dumping. The Teflon amalgamation. People don't care anymore. They know you can get away with it. There's no enforcement. If it was up to me, I would say amend the laws of where you do illegal dumping. $3,000 fine. No, and then I don't know how much that fine is, but I would say that. I think it's a wake-up call for a lot of people not to illegal dumping. How much it costs to clean up that illegal dumping? Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And here, like Yeezy, I just got a call, I think a month ago, and I actually went to that legal dumping today. It's just a transfer station. Because they got shut down, they got not shut down, but don't open one today. And people tend to got lazy and started doing legal dumping. Now that legal dumping is going to cost about $200,000 or $300,000 to clean up. And it's just something that I think it's all the ways that you're talking about, along with deal with drug recommendations today. Some of these chapters have their own transfer station and it's helping to legal dumping, but it's getting into the budget where they can't afford it. So I think where we can start working with the Green Belt and EPA and start working even with the county, like Salmon County. I'm shooting an example of Salmon County. Maybe we can sit down with them, tell them that maybe we can reopen. They can have the transfer station open back up 3 times a week, not just one time, 1 day out of the week, 3 days out of the week is fine. I think we can help to try to decrease the legal dumping area. So any kind of just your first transaction. Again, I'm not picking on your department here, sir. I wish I could ask that question with Green Development and Economic Development yesterday. But why were there some large transactions that took place? Budget revision in the area. Auto funding that were left over. Some of your budget status report that was given by OMB again. Some of you only expended from the year when he spent it, at third quarter, he should be at 75%. And somewhere, good amount or under 75%. I just need clarification on that, since, the city,
Mr. Honorable Citizen, Mr. Gooden, give the floor back over to Mr. City for response. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Otto. Delegate Simpson, for your questions. On external funds, we do have grants that are scheduled to expire. Their budget and project periods are listed as 9/30/2023. There are some of them that have encumbrances that are still being processed, and that will definitely be a major factor in increasing the amount spent and reducing the amount of budget available. Generally, when there are still substantial funds that remain available, programs work real hard to update the work plans. If it needs to be revised, if there's more ways to put that money to use, we can work with our US EPA project officers to change the work plan for our benefit, and so we can use those funds. And we go through the process with our OMB to request extensions through using their summary of change forms. But I think some of these grants may end up expiring, and if there is, I think there's one of them that shows like 92% expended and 8 remaining. That's a smaller grant. I just use it as an example of where we're at with that one. That might end up just coming to an end with whatever final expenditures. There's nothing encumbered at this time, and in open commitment. So that one may end up with the final expenditure of just 92%, and that 8% would go back to the federal government. So that's generally what happens with those unexpended amounts. We either ask for more time and revised work plans and a revised budget to apply those funds to our need, or if we're completed with all our project deliverables and the amount of funds are mostly spent, the remainder of those funds get returned back to the federal funding source. And I don't like to return funds, and I know that nobody likes to, but sometimes these smaller unexpended amounts do get returned, and that's just being honest about it. So we look to try and spend every cent, and we'll continue to operate in that manner. For budget transfers, out of the 77,000 line item, going back to the OMB report, 7,000 line item is not just promotional items, it's also money for media and also for policy payments and training. So I believe the budget transfers that we've done in that area start off with a very small amount that we actually put for promo items, right? Hardly any of our business units put money in for promo items. That may change as we go forward, and we're now doing things like all the fairs and the parades, and all the Kids Day and Elderly Day activities. So we're back in business with trying to get outreach going. And so promo items may become more specific expense that we incur, and we'll need to put that in our budgets. But I'll leave some specific examples of some budget transfers that were executed this year, but I believe it's primarily between training and we didn't do a whole lot of media this year, but I think our movement of money out of 7,000 line items related to promo items has been very, very minimal, but it's been in those other areas. Does anybody have a readily available example? Because I do see that in the report, when you look at it, the expenditure numbers at the, I think it's level 2 detail or level 4, it just shows some areas in some particular business units where there's a big difference.
I was just saying, let's look under the OB report, we'll go to resource, conservation.
Yeah, that one shows a big increase from the original budget to the revised budget, and a lot more money was put into that line item. And there hasn't been a whole lot of expenditure of that amount, and it doesn't look like anything was transferred out of there, just from that particular example. Or do you know anything specific about that budget revision?
Here's the current budget.
Yeah. This business unit was one of the 2 business units in Navajo EPA last year that received carryover from 2022 to 2023. And I believe some of the carryover, it was primarily to put into contractual amount, I believe, but some of that may have gone into this 7,000 line item. But as far as what you're concerned about, if we're putting money in for promo items and essentially using it as a placeholder, and then getting a budget approved and then moving that money to other parts of the budget, I don't think we've been doing that over the last several years through COVID. And I know that that's something to watch out for, and, you know, I think sometimes we do that, primarily to help support personnel expenses. The other questions in terms of your highlights of unmet needs, as far as the laws needing to be enforced, we have what I call a pretty wide spectrum, from being very education-based and trying to get people to understand how they come to violate and try and help them, just like Delegate Nez did, do the right thing. I call that using the velvet glove approach. The other end of the spectrum is coming down with a hammer, and that has also been expressed. Maybe increasing fines, and looking at ways to use policy to get better and faster results when it comes to more forceful enforcement or more punitive enforcement. We've done both in the history of Navajo EPA. With our enterprises and our business entities on the Navajo Nation, we've even threatened to haul them into court, and we've ended up settling on their violations. We have settlements with NTUA, we have past settlements with El Paso Natural Gas, which is now, I can't remember the name of the company. Kinder Morgan. Where we have done enforcement, I think part of the issue is we haven't really put it out there for people to know. Again, our communication part of our department is usually very good to handle that, but without a communications department, we're just not getting that message out. And I think that we need to do that when we're either highlighting a velvet glove approach or we're bringing the hammer down on somebody. And of course, if we do the hammer, we will be requesting executive sessions with you, because these are things that involve DOJ attorneys oftentimes, And businesses that oftentimes they end up coming to the Navajo Nation for, recourse or for, just support, to get better clarity on why an entity like Navajo EPA would be assessing fines and penalties towards them.
Question. One question. Thank you, Mr. Teddy, I appreciate it. You answered the question. Yeah, just one question. I'm not sure, you guys need, budget forms here. You're passed out to us. Again, going back to what you said, what OB, did report on the summary, and new, document came out, and exhibit, exhibit A came out with, 27 million plus. Then, we got new budget forms, page 1, budget form 1, to coincide with what the new number he gave us, $27 million plus. So, I'm not sure if Mariana or DOJ can answer this question. So, you just look at the new budget form that we got for Navajo Nation EPA administration. And it's, U.S. Treasury or ARPA, $8 million incorporated into the budget form, but you look at it, budget form 1, the new form that was passed out to us, it doesn't coincide with, on the right side of budget, personnel expenses, travel expenses. It only, if you add up to $640,000, $87,000, plus $87,830, that goes back to $370,487 before the budget. But we still, that's not, the ARP fund is not included. The $8,093,953 is not included. So you look at column B. It's not, doesn't equal the amount in part 2. So you see that some of the new forms that we received, they're not balancing out. I'm not sure if this. I believe that when we do comprehensive budget, the budget form has to balance each other out from part 2, the amount, to the proposed budget, column B on the same page. I don't know who's going to, OB, who's going to answer that question right there, I'm not sure.
Vice Chair, members of the committee, this document, I would ask that the OMB on the line, explain the differences between part 2 and part 3. And I don't know if, off the top of my head, if it has something to do with external funds versus versus the general funds. And as was stated earlier, the Navajo Environmental Protection Agency received the bulk of its funds from the federal government in grants. So I don't know if OMB is on the line to make that distinction of why these two part 2 and part 3 are different totals. But my general understanding is that maybe that has to do with external funds. And the approval of the comprehensive budget is through general funds.
Comprehensive, that would be that comprehensive means the whole budget, external and general funds. I thought that was put together. That's why we call it comprehensive budget.
And again, I would ask that both Office of Management and Budget make that distinction.
Okay, we'll give the floor to Ms. Darlene Sam for that response. You have the floor. Darcy, join you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair or Presiding Chair, members of the RDC Committee. This is Darlene Sam. Are you referring to Budget Form 1?
Yes.
Okay, I am looking at the Budget Instructions Manual. And if I understand Mr. Simpson's or the question that is being raised, Part 2, which is the funding source, and then Part 3 is the budget summary. I don't have EPA's budget in front of me, but just going off the budget form in general, Part 2 is the funding source that will be listed. So you should be seeing general funds and maybe IDC if the program does get IDC. And then just recently, external funds was added. So external funds might be written there for the budget forms that you are reviewing. So the total there will be the total of all those funding sources. That's the comprehensive budget that is being referred to. And then Part 3, the budget summary, that will just be the information for the general fund. Column A will be what was approved in 2023, and then column B is what is proposed. That will be the total of the general fund from Part 2, and if there's any IDC, it'll be the general fund plus the IDC. It's just the general fund information there that will be shown in Part 3. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sam, for that. That did answer Honorable Simpson's question. At this time, is there any other questions, comments from our Honorable RDC colleagues? Okay, I'd like to give this gavel back to Madam Chair Brenda Seuss.
Thank you, Vice Chair Johnson, for assisting. And so with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, I do not know if there's other colleagues that like to go ahead and pose any questions or recommendations to EPA at this time. So with that, I believe that all the questions or recommendations have been made to Navajo Environmental Protection Agency. Now, I believe that there is going to be an amendment, members of Resources and Development Committee on Exhibit E, and I understand that updates are being made to Exhibit A, or
Exhibit E.
just Exhibit E. Okay, and that's already been shared with Mr. Tahi, right? Okay, so when Mr. Tahi steps back into the room, I will let him read the amendment that we're looking at for Navajo Environmental Protection Agency on Exhibit E amendment. And I would like to then call for one of the members of Resources and Development Committee to make a motion on Amendment 1 at that time. So we'll go ahead and wait for Rodney. Ms. Khan?
Another item had been brought up, Madam Chair and members of the committee, and that was with regard to Business Unit 111001, and it's regarding Budget Form 2 within the binder, and that was with regard to organized program performance measure, organized Navajo EPA programs with respect to OPVP and the NNC legislative priorities, and to ask for a change so that the focus is on the Navajo Nation. Would the committee want to see that particular page change before you vote on this, or would you like to put it in as a recommendation in the RDC report to be enacted? I don't know how long it would take them to make that change, or if you would want to put it in as a report to be enacted as a recommendation.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Khan. So I'd like to request, Environmental Protection Agency. So with that Form 2 for Navajo Nation EPA Administration budget, the first, performance, item measure, if, the language can be revised to pretty much reflect Navajo Nation EPA and what, according to you all's, kind of operation. And if the change can be made as of now, would that be possible? So that we could just put it into, the exhibits of your binder, rather than having to change it out. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
I need to get the signature from.
Oh, shoot, yeah, that is, so maybe that
But
would.
I do have language, do you want me to read what I've revised the statement?
So, Ms. Khan, how would this work? So now, let's just say that, we're gonna go ahead and accept the language provision that Mr. City is gonna make a Form 2, but before the binders get to Budget and Finance Committee, can they put that insert in there with the recommendation, how we include it here as a consensus at RDC?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, if, we had a similar concern on the, Division of Economic Development, and in that particular situation, we did not receive a, signed form, an amendment. What happened with that particular resolution was it was put into the report, and the language that was requested to be changed, was put into the report that would be given to Budget and Finance Committee with the request that the program make that change. And it could be, the same language, type of language could be put into the, report to BNF with regard to the request that, the particular language, and we could quote the particular language that, the division director has come up with, so that we have the language and can put it into the report, and with the request that that language be, that page be, changed so that it reflects this change, when the binder gets to the Budget and Finance Committee. Otherwise, we would have to table, the legislation and wait for the signatures to be obtained. But if I could be, done today with just the recommendation, I think, in the RDC report to Budget and Finance specifically, and if the executive director has the language, they could read it into the record and become part of the recommendation, and the recommendation that, the, page be, inserted and switched out by the time it reaches the Budget and Finance Committee.
Yeah, Ms. Khan. So with that, to not hold up, approving this legislation, budget, I'd like to, and again, members of RDC, take Ms. Khan's recommendation as we've done, same with Division of Economic Development, but, Honorable Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What if we have, Mr. Epsity, read the, amended language, and then we can add it to the committee report?
Yes. So, are you ready to type, Rodney, so we have to put this language in?
It's always ready.
Or do you wanna write it, out slightly? Okay, so I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to you, Shanazani, to read the, amended or the language change provision to that Form 2 of your administration budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Resources and Development Committee staff. Just quickly listening to the recommendation, the suggestion to make this change, the revision that I made here reads, Navajo EPA programs will conduct briefings with OPVP, work sessions with Navajo Nation Council -RDC, meetings with chapters on program priorities. And, the goal statement underneath there would be, tracking the number of impactful and data-driven program development and priority actions taken per quarter.
She's trying to walk it
I can help. Read that more slowly.
Show her your,
Yeah.
you see a copy of it.
Kind of chicken scratch though.
I did see it.
Navajo EPA programs.
Same Navajo.
Will conduct. Briefing with OPVC. Work sessions with RDC. Meetings with chapters. Evaluation Council, RDC.
Yeah. One that was, okay.
Not your words.
And
On program priorities. And the goal statement underneath will just be changed, just to add priority actions. So a number of impactful and dated.
you wanna go ahead and read it out loud, so, just to give the consensus of the members of RDCUF. Navajo EPA program, conduct briefings with OPVP, work sessions, in a Navajo Nation Council and RDC. And meetings with chapters on program priorities. And then below that, number of impactful and data-driven program development, priority development. Is that right, an action?
And priority actions.
Priority actions. And priority actions per quarter. That's not going to have priority in it.
So, the language, provision, kwagi gets like, kaegi, ashi gets consider report me the, those lethal. Led, Budget and Finance Committee, in office, present not that level, other than the Form 2, the change out of those lethal, the, with outside those, nidigi, kodoshin not on, not for CGP, so, kodoshin not on, no city and Resources and Development Committee. So I think it's up, I just need a consensus. Honorable Claude, Honorable Ness. It still has OPVP and go back to you, sir.
Maybe we can write, Navajo EPA will conduct work sessions with Navajo Nation Council and RDC, along with chapters and briefings with OPBP. Put OPBP at the end. But I'm good with it. I like what Danny mentioned yesterday. Navajo Nation, priorities. That just covers it all.
Yeah, so,
That would just be, it would eliminate council, OPVP, and chapters, because 27,000 square miles is what we're talking about.
so you wanna go ahead and do that? So scratch,
Yeah, so,
yeah,
good.
Like DEDs.
yeah. All now, just put Navajo Nation priorities and, eliminate OPVP, council, RDC, chapter one. What was the language in this one? The first part? Navajo EPA, program will conduct briefings with OPBP. Session. Navajo Nation Council and RDC. Meetings with chapters on program priorities. So would it be, Navajo Nation EPA programs will conduct briefings with the Navajo Nation, or, I'm trying to.
I would just, write, Navajo Nation EPA programs. Well, to where yesterday we pretty much wrote, let's just write Navajo Nation. So it would be Navajo Nation environmental priorities, is what it is.
With Navajo Nation, okay, that's a good one. So Navajo EPA programs will,
With respect to Navajo Nation environmental priorities, I guess.
okay. Navajo EPA programs with respect to Navajo Nation environmental priorities.
Stimpakagi, just eliminate OPVP and Navajo Nation Council.
Okay.
And legislative.
So, Mr. City and to your team, program performance measure 1 is going to be Navajo EPA programs with respect to Navajo Nation environmental priorities. Does that sound?
Yes, that's fine. And this one really just is over the immediate administration office, but it will include everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Navajo EPA.
And
But
then,
I usually lead these briefings or work sessions.
yeah, out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the second part of that revision is number of impactful and data-driven program development and priority actions per quarter. Then they've got their numbers. Got it, Roger? Or did we confuse you?
There's several ones going on, but I'll get it. I'll make sure it's correct in the, committee report.
So, we have to leave that word in there, priorities with respect to Navajo Nation environmental priorities. Okay, so that would be, a recommendation that will be put in the committee's report as well to Budget and Finance. I don't know if there's anything that, I might have missed as well, Ms. Khan. I don't think so. I didn't get anything else down.
Madam Chair, those were the two that I caught, was the unmet needs addition and then the concern with the language with regard to the administration's business unit number, budget form 2, which we have been talking about. Those are the only two that I have on my list.
Pushing. Honorable, Simpson.
Madam Chair, thank you. Vice President. Vice Chair, members of RDC.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll keep it in mind.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of RDC. Madam Chair, remember we got new exhibit A. Remember, old exhibit A had
Oh,
8,000,007,
Mhm.
then the new exhibit has 27,000,000,
Okay,
25,000.
Thank you.
So we got to incorporate that too.
okay. Honorable citizens, so we have, an amendment to exhibit, changing out the old exhibit A to the new exhibit A. And then Ms. Khan?
There was a particular typo that was spotted by, Delegate Nez with regard to budget form 4 and, what budget form for business unit 111001. It was with regard to 3 and 4, it needed to, so that was a recommendation for a correction to a typo.
Okay, so, so a typo correction as well to Form 4 for Business Unit 111001. I'm trying to look for it.
The wrong budget recommendation? Yeah.
So, with that, are we able to make that change here? Steve, go ahead, Rodney?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, my recommendation is that, in addition to the recommendation to correct the language in page 2 of 11 of Budget Form 2 for Business Unit 111001, which is Nomination EPA Administration, that it just includes that they make all the corrections to all the typos throughout the binder and have it ready before Budget and Finance Committee considers the legislation. So this way, we're not constantly going through page by page. And that way, it's the responsibility of them to catch those, and it's not our responsibility to make those little tiny corrective, technical little errors that should have been already caught in the first place, Madam Chair. That'd be my recommendation.
Appreciate, thank you, Mr. Tahir. Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, you did ask whether or not that could be done here. That particular page has signature lines also, so it would be to take
it would.
recommendation.
Yeah, so the recommendation, I will allow Mr. Tahir's recommendation with any changes that need to be made to Navajo Nation EPA's, budget form. And that also requires signatures to have the accurate one, you know, at Budget and Finance or before it gets to Budget and Finance Committee. So we can go ahead and add that to the report. So when Budget and Finance Committee receives the legislation here from Resources and Development Committee, and then I have to be there along with other colleagues of Resources and Development Committee to say these were some of the recommendations, have they been addressed? So it should be up on us, and so we'll go ahead and put that into the report. Okay, thanks, Rodney. We're ready when you're ready. So at this time, I'd like to allow, Rodney, time to, read out the amendments that we're gonna be looking at for legislation 0167-23.
Madam Chair, members of RDC, we have amendment number 1, which would be exchange old Exhibit A with new Exhibit A, which includes the amount of $27,968,427. Then we have attached as the new Exhibit B, which is the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary, which includes the amount of $1,346,380 for the committee's oversight recommendation for the FY 2024 General Fund budget with no minuses or pluses in the difference column. Then we have the unmet needs, the new exhibit, exchange old Exhibit E with new Exhibit E, which is the Navajo Nation recommended unmet needs budget. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is amendment number 1 for legislation number 0167-23.
Question, I still have Mr. Tahi. So with that, being read into the record, members of Resources and Development Committee, I'd like to request for a motion for amendment number 1. Honorable Naz?
Motion.
Yeah, and may I get a second? Honorable Claw, thank you.
Although with that, Ms. Sosi, can you go ahead and take a roll call vote for amendment number 1 to legislation 167-23?
Madam Chair and honorable members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for legislation 0167-23. Honorable Shawna Clark. I vote green. Honorable Vice Chair, Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Ness votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Agreed.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. And Honorable Otto is excused. That leaves a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting. Madam Chair, 1 excused.
Thank you very much. Otto, so with that, motion carries on amendment number 1. And, going on back to the main motion on legislation 167-23, do we have any additional questions or comments, members of Resources Development Committee? Going once, going, Ms. Khan?
With regard to the recommendation, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that that gets on the record, that it will be put into the committee's report. And, if you would like to formalize it through, a vote for the recommendation being put into the report, as opposed to, being put into the legislation itself, it would be put into the report.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Khan, for that. So, members of Resources Development Committee, there was a recommendation, for legislation 167-23, but with the vote, that we're going to have, the recommendation, I'll go ahead and, are you ready with the recommendation? No? Okay, so there was 2 recommendations that were made here by, members of RDC. One of them was to form 2, off of the, Navajo Nation EPA administration budget to change the language under, Form 2, item number 1 of, program performance to read, organized Navajo Nation EPA program with respect to Navajo Nation's environmental priorities. Okay. Otto, the second part of that measure is number of impactful and data-driven program development and priority actions per quarter. So that's going to be the recommended change that needs to be made to Form 2, as it requires the program manager's signature, and also it requires the president's office's signature on this particular form, so that it will be reflected in the budget form information that will be presented to Budget and Finance Committee. The second part to this amendment is the Form 4, or the second part would be any changes that need to be made in regards to the wording or even number calculation needs to be reconsidered or re-looked at by EPA before the final draft goes to Budget and Finance Committee. Correct? So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, we will have the those 2 recommendations in the report. Is it to the with the legislation? With the legislation.
That will accompany the legislation.
So we've already voted on amendment number 1. Any questions, members of Resources? Honorable Ness?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make that motion. The Resources and Development Committee's 2 recommendations be added onto legislation 167-23 onto the committee reports, and everything that was stated pretty much as a directive to you, Navajo Nation EPA, be followed, adhered to, and have everything prepared before the Budget and Finance Committee budget hearings. So that'll be my motion.
Honorable Nez, for making the motion. So with that, Shanatani, since we already have a motioning and a seconding party on legislation 167-23. See that it was read into the record, so what I want to do is just add it into, since we have it on record, put those recommendations with the legislation, and just completely just voting on the legislation now. With Shafiva. Honorable Simpson?
Madam Chair, I know you didn't recognize Mr. Arnold Delegate, there's, motion, there's a second amendment,
Okay.
so I'd really like for you to recognize the motion, because I won't second that either. So, comfort committee's amendment makes it stronger. So I showed that, Delegate Ness, the second motion, committee,
Okay, so with that, I will have, amendment 2, yeah. Amendment number 2, which was, motioned by Honorable Rick Nez in regards to the 2 recommendations that were, made to Navajo Nation Environmental Protection Agency. We do have a second on the floor, Honorable Simpson.
Madam Chair.
Honorable Nez?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to modify my motion as Amendment 2. Thank you.
Hakoshi? So, Honorable Nez did modify his motion as, to put it as, amendment number 2. Okay. So with that, members of Resources and Development Committee, we do have amendment number 2 with the 2 recommendations that were read, and we do have a seconding party on the floor. So with that, do we have any questions? Going once, twice, 3 times, Ms. Stocy, can you take the roll call vote on amendment number 2?
Madam Chair and honorable members of RDC, this is a amendment to recommendation for legislative 0167-2 for change of language and also to re-overlook the changes if needed. Honorable Shauna Clark.
I vote green.
Honorable Vice Chair Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe, which is excused. Madam Chair, that leaves 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, and 1 excused.
So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, we do have amendment number 2 that carries the motion with legislation 167-23. So with that, back to main motion. RDC members, do we have any additional questions or comments for Navajo Nation EPA on the FY 2024 comprehensive budget? Going once, going twice. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and call for a roll call vote for legislation 167-23.
Madam Chair and honorable members of RDC, this is a roll call vote for comprehensive budget legislation 0167-23. Honorable Shauna Clark.
I vote green.
Honorable Shauna Clark votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Casey Allen Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto Stowe. Honorable Otto Stowe is excused. That leaves 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, Chair, and 1 excused.
So with that, motion carries. So now legislation 167-23 will be going forward to Budget and Finance Committee meeting starting next week. So again, members of RDC for posing the questions and recommendations. And we will be going forward listening to the next item on the agenda, which is 4F. So at this time,
Madam Chair, I would like to motion that we recess for about 15 minutes to get 20 minutes, so we can get prepared again and stretch and walk outside, and if it's okay, I'd like to make that 20-minute recess.
Okay, so
DNR is waiting for us outside.
we do have a motion on the floor, colleagues of Resources Development Committee, to recess for 20 minutes. May I get a second on this?
Second.
Okay, Honorable Claw, and, I'd like to go ahead and get a vote on the recess motion.
Madam Chair and honorable members of RTC, this is a roll call vote for recess for 20 minutes. Honorable Shawna Clark.
I vote green.
Honorable Shawna Clark votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Casey Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Duffy votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Green.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto is excused. Madam Chair, that leaves 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, Chair, and 1 excused.
Okay, so with that, members of Resources Development Committee, we will reconvene at 1:50 PM. Okay, that's what it's all mixed up now.
Madam Chair, you're back on.
Do we have to come back into
Roll
voting?
call for,
Roll call?
for 2025.
Hagoshi. Good afternoon, members of Resources Development Committee. I'd like to go ahead and, reconvene, Resources Development Committee. So at this time, if I could have Ms. Leslie do roll call to reconvene Resources Development Committee out of recess that we've had.
Madam Chair, members of RTC, this is a roll call vote for, reconvening the meeting. Honorable Shawna Clark. I am present. Honorable Shawna Clark, present. Honorable Vice Chair Casey Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson is present.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson, present. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez is present. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Here.
Honorable Danny Simpson, present. Honorable Otto So is excused. Madam Chair, that gives the quorum for four in favor, Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus. Present. Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus is present. That gives a quorum of 5 and 1 excuse.
Hagoshi, Ms. Livesey. Next, I'd like to go on to item 4, new business, letter F on the agenda, legislation 0168-23. Ms. Josie, if you can read the legislation into the record.
The legislation 0168-23 will be read into the record. Legislative summary sheet, track number 01682-23, date August 2nd, 2022. Title of resolution, an action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Natural Resources and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. The purpose of this resolution, if approved, will approve and recommend to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposal fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Natural Resources. Resource and Development Committee has authority and will be read into its entirety. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 25th Navajo Nation Council, first year 2023. Prime sponsor, Chair Brenda Jesus. Co-sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson, for tracking number 0168-23. An action relating to the Resources and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of the Natural Resources and related matters to be included in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. Be it enacted. Section 1, authority. A, the Resources and Development Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council with oversight authority over the Navajo Nation Division of Natural Resources. 2 NC Section 500A, 2 NC Section 501C1. B, the Resources and Development Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12 NC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, Oversight Committee recommendations shall not exceed the base beginning amounts 12 NMC Section 840A. The base planning amounts were established by the Budget and Finance Committee through Resolution Number BFJY-15-23. The Resources and Development Committee held budget meeting and heard reports from program staff and the Office of Management and Budget regarding the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Division of Natural Resources. 12 NMC Section 840A. C, the Resources and Development Committee reviewed and considered the proposed FY 2024 budget for the Division of Natural Resources as compared to the base planning amounts resolution number BFJY-15-23 and as recommended by the Office of Management and Budget. D, the Resources and Development Committee finds the approval of proposed FY 2024 budget for the Division of Natural Resources and inclusion of such budget in the Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget is in the best interest of the Navajo Nation. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and the Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Natural Resources and related matters. A, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves the FY 2024 budget for the Division of Natural Resources as detailed in the fund type budget summary attached here to as Exhibit A. B, the Resources and Development Committee hereby approves certain revisions to the branch chief's proposed FY 2024 budget amount for the Division of Natural Resources as shown in column D and E in the general fund comparative summary attached hereto as Exhibit B. C, the Resources and Development Committee recommends a change to the general fund budget described in Exhibit C. D, the Resources and Development Committee recommends certain conditions of the appropriations and legislative concerns as listed in Exhibit D. E, the Resources and Development Committee recommends that certain unmet needs for the Division of Natural Resources be included in the FY 2024 comprehensive budget as explained in Exhibit E. F, the Resources and Development Committee recommends that the Budget and Finance Committee approve the Division of Natural Resources FY 2024 budget and all committees' recommendation as set forth in Exhibit A through E. G, the Resources and Development Committee hereby authorizes the Chairwoman and the Vice Chairman to negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Section 4, effective date. This action shall become effective as provided in 2 NNC Section 189A. Exhibit A, the Navajo Nation Fund Type Budget Summary. Exhibit B, the Navajo Nation General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit C, the Navajo Nation recommended the changes to the general fund budget. Exhibit D, the Navajo Nation recommended conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. Exhibit E, the Navajo Nation recommended unmet needs budget. The first report of the Navajo Nation Legislative Branch Internet Public Review Summary. Legislation number 016823, sponsor Honorable Brenda Jesus. Title, an action relating to the Resource and Development Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the fiscal year 2024 budget for the Division of Natural Resources and related matters to be included in Navajo Nation's FY 2024 comprehensive budget. Posted August 2nd, 2023 at 11:18 p.m. 5-day comment period ended August 7, 2023. Digital comments received. Comments supporting? None. Comments opposing? None. Comments recommendations? None. Returning to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Stokes, for reading legislation 0168-23 to the record. Members of Resources Development Committee, may I get a motion? Motion.
Motion, Delegate Nez.
Honorable Nez, may I get a second? Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, at this time, Vice Chair Johnson. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Office of Management and Budget. I do see Ms. Darlene Sam on the call. There were handouts for Division of Natural Resources. So, Ms. Sam, you do have the floor for your presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the RDC Committee. Going on to the OMB report. For the Resources Committee, fiscal year 2024 budget hearings for Division of Natural Resources. The table of contents you see there, we will be presenting A through G. And going straight to A, the FY 2024 Fund Type Budget Summary. For Division of Natural Resources, there are 2 pages. The first page lists the General Fund Business Units, and then the second page is the Proprietary Fund and the Special Revenue Internal. So going to page 2, the grand total amount I will read. For fiscal year 2023, the approved budget, the grand total is $37,291,940. Proposed for fiscal year 2024 Navajo Nation funds, proposed general fund budget is $19,448,079. Indirect costs of $248,602. Proprietary fund $13,061,000. Special revenue internal $4,757,639 for a grand total of $37,515,320. Next section is your FY 2023 third quarter budget status report. You have a summary of all the business units. The first page is for the general funds, and this is as of third quarter ending June 30th, 2023. You see the general fund business units listed there, and the original budget is $24,424,330. Revised budget is $26,012,854.72. Actual expenditure, $12,274,368.13. Encumbrance of $987,354.25. Budget available, $12,751,132.34. And the last column shows your percentage expense. And natural resources as of June 30th is at 50.98% expenditure. You see two notes there under expenditure. One asterisk represents under expenditure by 65% or less. Two asterisk represents over expenditure by 85% or more. Next page is the same setup, but these are for your non-general funds. You have the special revenues on top, the land acquisition and water code, and the totals there. And then your proprietary funds are listed on the bottom. So together, the special revenue and proprietary fund, the grand total original budget is $14,469,309. Revised budget of $15,958,960.93. Actual expenditure, $5,960,477.52. Encumbrance of $1,186,648.08. Budget available 8.8, and expenditure together is 44.78. Again, note one asterisk. Next section will be covered by Ms. McCabe.
Moving on to tab C, the third quarter performance assessment report. There are 32 business units, and I will read the first quarter average score, which is 3.22. Second quarter is 3.37. Third quarter is 3.41. Therefore, the program meets their expectations of their goal statements. Moving on to tab D, plans of operation status report. Again, there are 31 business units, and with a current plan of operation adopted in 2016, and listed below are the other the legislation resolutions to several of these plan of operations within the departments. Moving on to tab E, the conditions of appropriations. They have one COA, or two COAs, one with the Division of Natural Resources Administration, Business Unit 115001, which was due in the first quarter. They had a third quarter no response, and the status is non-compliance. The second COA is Parks and Recreation Department, Business Unit 915001. Due date is first quarter. No response in the third quarter. The status is non-compliance.
Okay, for F is your FY 2023 External Funds Expenditure Report. And you'll see it's 9 pages. So going to page 9. I will go to column H. Your original budget for Division of Natural Resources is $307,400,021.36. Revised budget is $427,810,820.49. Expenditures of $93,260,235.39. Open commitments, $39,192,832.91. Available balance, $295,357,752.19. And percentage spent is 31%, and percentage balance is 69%. Next is your FY 2021 single audit report. There are 2 audit findings. It's listed there as audit finding number 4, and then also audit finding number 11. That completes OMB's report, Madam Chair.
Ms. McCabe and Ms. Sam for the report from Office of Management and Budget for Division of Natural Resources. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Halona, Division Director for Natural Resources, in regards to your proposed 2024 budget for Division of Natural Resources. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Resource Development Committee, appreciate this opportunity. Also, and colleagues that are here, I'd like to, first of all, immediately thank the staff for taking a lot of time to do their budget. Several different times, we get different instructions, they've been able to adjust and continue to move things forward, to be able to bring this budget before the Resource Development Committee. So I appreciate all their hard work, to be able to get that done. Honorable Resource Development Committee, we want to be able to share with you an overview of the FY24 budget. As you are aware, the Division of Natural Resources is the largest division within the Navajo Nation. And our duties, along with your authority, is being able to manage, protect, preserve, and conserve our natural resources for the people and our cultural resources as well. Some of the areas that are very beneficial for the management and protection for the future of our future generations. We're talking about land, water, livestock, wild animals, forests, vegetation, our minerals that we are blessed with, as well as keeping them safe, and also thinking about the environment, the impacts that happen that are human caused, the impacts that happen from any use that we are involved in going forward. We've been able to do that with the 11 departments within the Division of Natural Resources. And they each have their own responsibilities. They're independent, yes, but they all depend on each other to work for the betterment of the Navajo Nation moving forward. Because every aspect affects another department. And so that is why they're able to collaborate and be able to achieve some of the goals that we have for the nation. And being able to adjust in the changes, not only in population, changes from the public's requests, concerns, needs. So it's a balance that we are all able to try to do, of which they've been very successful in. Yes, it's very challenging at times to accomplish some of these. And moving forward, things have changed on Navajo. The Division of Natural Resources has been a main division to bring resources to the Navajo Nation in the form of revenue. We had a lot of different fossil fuel type of operations that we were generating revenue from, and when those operations closed down, the nation had a big impact. And so the division now is shifting and adjusting to be able to continue to bring revenue in. If you look at the general fund budget and where most of the money comes from, the revenue, you'll see leasing, rental aspects of being able to bring revenue in. And then the departments have also been very instrumental in looking for other funding on the outside, external funding, through grants, through contracts with federal agencies. So they've been very innovative in finding ways to generate additional revenue for them to operate on. And with that, one of the aspects of the budget that I think we focused on is the development of an energy office. The energy office is critical at this time, because of the change of revenue generations. The industry is now changing to renewable energy. And so that's an area that we have not really been involved in. And so it's going to take experts to provide guidance, to be able to draft those regulations if need be on the development. We're talking about solar, we're talking about wind, we're talking about pump storage, we're talking about battery storage, we're talking about geothermal, hydrogen. We have all of these opportunities, and now the nation actually has about 41 potential projects on Navajo. And it's how do we select the right type of development that's going to be environmentally friendly and that all will bring the best benefits to the communities, to the people, and of course to the nation. Which company would be in technology will be able to provide us that information to be able to take advantage of and have the best return to be able to keep general funds coming in for the nation for revenue development. There are impacts to our budget, and you'll probably see it in the numbers. We were advised that we had the same budget, same base amount as we had previous years, and departments have been instructed to use that base amount and be able to formulate their budgets. But in it, there's changes from the fringe benefit change as well as the general wage adjustment change that happened, that came in to the personnel line item that has increased. And so in this FY24 budget, that has to be absorbed, and you'll see some operating numbers decrease because we had to pick up that. And so that was unforeseen, and so it kind of put a damper in the operating side. Our ratios have changed as far as the management and the operating for direct services have changed as a result. And so over the years, historically, those budget changes with no increase but increasing expenses have offset. And we're concerned that if there's continued changes, that we're going to be considered top-heavy from personnel with very little operating. And some departments have taken some of those big hits, have reduced vehicles, have to reduce mileage, and that affects direct services. So OMB has given you the totals of revenue. We do have some unmet needs that the departments have cut some positions, so there will still be direct service operating money available. Fish and Wildlife cut a predator control agent position, and that position provides direct service to all the livestock owners, all the farmers that are losing agricultural products to rodents and birds and so forth. Same with livestock, to predators, coyotes, wild dogs, bears, mountain lions, so forth. So they took a big hit. Minerals, again, had to look at how do we able to carry out the work to ensure that audits are being done, that these companies are paying the royalties they're supposed to, and being able to make those inspections that keep the environment safe from their operations. It needs people on the ground, out there. And so they had to also take a big hit and lost the position. General land development, needs, operating, not only, internally, even as much as needing, access to internet costs and some of these other, costs that have really increased and be able to keep operational going. The climate change program, fish and wildlife, the central dispatch, aspects, animal control, AML's also, looking at some operating. They're getting some external funding that they're able to use for personnel, but they need operating. Resource enforcement, last two, budgets, the previous administration had given them additional monies for personnel, but they were not reoccurring, and now this year they're not reoccurring, so you end up having to lay off all of those positions. And so you'll see an unmet need to keep those positions on the books, but with very many, the limited hours, we're looking at maybe unmet needs that will pick up the additional almost 1,800 hours for resource enforcement. We're also made some two proposals for ARPA. One is for historic preservation to bring on 3 archaeologists to provide direct service to families for archaeological services to get home sites done because of the cost that's offset. We're looking at additional $500,000 to contract a survey company that can do the surveys for families across Navajo. We have a very aggressive initiative for homes, 1,000 homes in a year, and a lot of people have applied, and so they need to get the leases done. And so this is another aspect of it to support that, and be able to do that. What I have provided information on is just the direct services. And so, you know, Department of Agriculture provides direct service to livestock owners, to agriculture, working with them, providing technical assistance, working with the land board, working with the farm board, working with the grazing officials, and being the technical advisor, and being able to do that, being able to help our elected official, farm board, land board, grazing, to be able to carry out their duties, to be able to provide them the stipend, be able to provide them some of the needs that they have directly. AML works directly with the families that are in some of these abandoned mine sites, identifying them. Where is it that they live? What's the best means? Working with Navajo EPA, and that's going to even bring out even more concern for the abandoned mines. So those inventories have been done. There's about 915 abandoned uranium mines out there. And they're working with the community, providing funding that provide some of these areas that have been affected with facility development. They've helped fund some of the senior citizen centers, some of the chapter buildings, and so forth, pay for the infrastructure needs, utilities, roads, and so forth. Again, Department of Fish and Wildlife, I talked about the predator control program, what they do, animal control program. They're out there addressing all of the vicious dog issues, all the dog bites, stray animals, sick animals, looking to adopt out, to vaccinate, doing the outreach for responsible pet ownership, the heritage program that reviews all of the land use projects, and for directly would be with the families for the biological resource compliance form that's needed for one of the requirements to get a home site lease. The zoo has over 100 animals, and half of them have a different species, or come from different species, mainly native to Navajo. But directly they provide parts that may be used for traditional, use. Ado tayadada ishni ada, bintata ay shasta, what ay, kanda what, and then the enforcement program oversees the hunting and fishing activities, protecting our wildlife as well. Forestry works directly with all the research of our forested areas, the management aspects. And then directly to families, individual families is helping them with their woodland needs. Some are getting permits so they can cut some of these trees and thin them out and sell them directly to other families. So that's how they work with them, working with the chapter to be able to be also issued forest permits to be able to do that. General leasing development directly works directly with our families for environmental clearances for home sites, for utility lines, for water lines, for leases, rights of ways. They process all of that. Heritage program provides cultural resource compliance forms for all of the land uses, and then for families directly, they go to them to get the cultural resource compliance form. That's required in their home site leasing. It's required for their service line agreements. It's required for the roads and utility that is needed. They provide maps to the communities. In some cases, say these are areas of concern, or they can also look at being able to help find better ways to be able to develop and maintain the historical and cultural properties of Navajo. Where are they at? Where is that at? Protecting some of these cultural sites, identifying, mapping some of these cultural areas for use. Land Department, of course, provides home site leases directly to families, and they have an office in all 5 agencies. They address disputes as well. They also manage and oversee the land acquisition trust fund for acquisition of lands and property for the Navajo Nation, providing all of the maps of their of the biological ranges, chapter boundaries, where some of the utilities are for planning purposes. They keep all of the land records here, all of the acquisition deeds and so forth. Titles to all of those lands are kept by the Land Department, managed by the Land Department. Any land conveyances are recorded. The land statuses that change are also involved. They verify all land uses, and more importantly, they verify all crime scenes for Navajo Nation criminal investigators and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So they provide that, so the enforcement people establish who has jurisdiction. And of course, Minerals provides direct services for the assessment of some of the land use, leases, rights of ways, the permitting, minerals, other developments. They also assist in assessing compensation for individuals directly, what they should be compensated for the use of their lands, and they're able to use that. Even the lottees are able to use that information when they are dealing with some of their land use, and they depend on the nation's assessments of those uses. Parks and Recreation, of course, operate, maintain all of our tribal parks, but all of our tribal parks also have people living in those parks, as well as vendors that operate in those parks, running their own businesses, and they work directly with them to ensure that they continue to be able to have a place to sell their arts and crafts, Water Resources, is one of the large departments as well. And directly they work with the chapters, they work with the livestock owners, they work with the farmers for their irrigation needs, drilling wells, repairing windmills has been a real issue, as well as providing the technical assistance to the water rights litigation commission and the group to ensure that they provide data and information on our water resources to be able to have good information, reliable information. They're also in charge of maintaining all of the dams on Navajo with the help of BIA and doing the inspections to ensure they remain safe moving forward. And last but not least, Resource Enforcement, of course, responds to natural resource laws and regulation issues, working directly with livestock owners when there are theft or there are issues or there are disputes. They've been also involved in helping animal control with some of the spay and neuter projects and assisting there as well, so they work directly with the people. So I just outlined what the departments do as far as working directly with our people, with our communities, and at the chapter level. What is it they do? Yes, they do all the other technical stuff. They do all the other management type things within their responsibility of their departments. And of course, without aid is not just for the Division of Natural Resources.
Jana, Adoshanat Ani, Mr. Halona, for that overview of Division of Natural Resources. So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, I'd like to request if any of the my colleagues have questions regarding the budget information that was provided here to us. So I'll go ahead and allow any questions or comments or recommendations at this time.
I'll start.
I'll go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Claus.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Halona, and I'll probably have to break up my questions, because this will be half of the book, and then I'll allow my honorable colleagues to ask questions. I will go ahead and start with let's see, tab, I'll just go by minerals, 115004. In there, there was an item 2200 performance-based section fees for employees, 2,900 times 4, total of 11,600. So, I just want to say thank you for thinking about employees and set increase. The budget that I reviewed, I think you're the only department so far that has included that. And then I just wanted clarification for, in that same line item, it says above entry hire, 3,654. So if you can just explain, was that a recommendation from CPM or was that an internal decision? And then, in that same minerals section under 7130, there's promotional items in the amount of $15,000. And then there's also one, right after 7140, gifts and awards, $14,000. So if you total that, that's close to $30,000. That could have been program funding. So if I could get clarification on how those line items are used. And then also, the next one is, I'm going by their numbers here, 115012. So, under this one, I think it's your department, there's 6 vacancies under that particular item, and just wanted to find out a timeline when you plan on filling the vacancies. And then under water resources, CCOP operation and maintenance, 115013. Under your performance measurement, just clarification, you did have operate and maintain livestock water facilities, the wells, windmills, solar, jack pumps, submersible, etc. You have 150 per quarter for quarter 1 and 2, then it goes to 200 for quarter 3 and 4. And I just wanted to know if that performance measurement has been or is currently being met. And then how many do you serve based on that for each agency? And then in that same section, you have 17 vacancies listed. So my question is, how will you promote recruitment, and is there a need to contract out? And 9% of that budget is general fund, the rest is external.
She's on,
BIA. So the reason I'm asking is 9% is general fund, and the rest is BIA external. So does BIA have a carryover? If not, or if so, how will that affect those 17 vacant positions? And then in that same section, water resources, we have, under 9020, the infrastructure. You have one line item under .9034 windmills. You have one windmill listed at 8,500. Where are you gonna place that windmill? And then under Department of Ag, 115018. Under Department of Ag, that whole department is 100% funded by general fund. So in there, I noticed you do have, funding for vehicles, but in here you have under personnel travel, 3230. Under POV, which is your own personal use vehicle, 3260, you have 1,700 miles at 0.655 miles times 9 staff, which comes out to $10,022. And the reason why I was asking about that is that's almost the same allotment as a council delegate for a month. And so if you have tribal vehicles available, I feel that you do have the resources. So just to allow you to understand that portion. And so I am going to propose an amendment due to your availability of your tribal fleet vehicle. And then under that same Department of Ag, under 7110, your program, again, you have 7130 promotional items, $6,000. So if you can explain why your promotional items has that large amount of funding, and again, that might institute a proposed amendment on my behalf. So moving on to Navajo Veterinary and Livestock Program, 115034. You also have that as 100% general fund in the amount of $485,949. And particularly under contractual services, 6921 is the item, and it says other services at 71,707. So if you can explain what that budget line item covers, because $71,707 is a lot of money from 100% of our general fund. So I would like that to be justified on what that's going to be used on. And then under the Ranch and Eastern Land Management Proprietary Fund, from the enterprise, there's an amount of $300,000. So my question is, how much does this proprietary fund bring in annually? Is it more than 300,000? Is it less than 300,000? And the reason is that if we look at our budget here, our budget binder, Eastern Navajo Land Board is requesting for $448,519. And that covers 20 Eastern Land Board members. So in order to try to offset general funds, we should be looking to external or either proprietary to try to help fulfill that obligation. And to me, the land board does fall in line with some of the plans for the land management under Eastern Agency. So just thinking like long-term eventually, could that funding for our land board members be covered by the proprietary funds? So those are just things that I'm thinking as we move forward, maybe not this budget cycle, but the next one. And then I'll go ahead and stop at this one and give my colleagues the opportunity. Under livestock custody funds, this is a proprietary again for $200,000. And the question I have is who manages the funds? And is this under the Department of Agriculture? So if the Department of Ag does manage the funds, the Department of Ag budget is $947,878. If you're adding in the $200,000, that equals $1,147,878. And then even in this livestock custody fund, there's an item for mileage, which is 3613. You're allowing 20,000 miles for a total of 12 months, and if that's divided into the monthly, that's 1,667 miles allotted to that program. So if I could get those questions answered, and I will turn it back over to our chair.
Yeah, thank you, for those questions, Honorable Claude Deja. Although, again, Division of Natural Resources being, the biggest division of all divisions under the executive branch, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Mr. Halona. If you want your department managers to make a response to Honorable Claude's questions, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the Resource Development Committee, Rosalind Naibu, Chiriquea, Kodoshi Sarge, Lati. Doon da di nito halik natin ito hainlok and get peso to Asian studies method. So we're gonna allow the department manager to since they develop their budget to explain, and we'll start with minerals to answer the questions about promotion items and that.
Thank you, Mr. Halona. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Honorable Claude. To answer your first question regarding, I believe it was on the reclassification under salary adjustment, the reclassification of the accountant to the principal accountant. Above entry hire, your question was regarding the $3,654 above entry. This has not been approved by DPM, but the BIM allows you to budget for it. So what the plan is to reclassify our vacant accountant position to a principal accountant position, because our accountant position has been unoccupied for the whole year, regardless of numerous attempts to advertise and fill that position. And we've had some applicants, we've had a handful of applicants, but the reason why it continues to be unfilled is because the pay is too low.
what we're looking for is an experienced accountant. And the applicants who are experienced say that the entry level is too low. It's below $43,000. For the Navajo Nation, the work that is required of an accountant is enormous. First of all, no matter what level of an accountant that you are, whether you're entry level or a senior or a principal accountant, you have to be FMIS certified. Even the lowest person, and if they're not FMIS certified, they have to get FMIS certified. They are also required to work not only for, at least for the minerals department, not only with the general fund, but with all of the pay accounts, all the external programs. For the minerals department, each of our externally funded programs, and there's 4 of them, they don't have accountants. So it'd be one accountant who does all of that work. That is the main reason why they say, okay, this accountant position that you're advertising at the salary is too low. It won't take it. So I need to reclassify this position to a principal accountant. And I have a salary adjustment budgeted for them just in case it is I'm lucky and I get a very experienced accountant who will say, okay, I will come and work for a minerals department, but not at entry level. Look at, I have all these years, I would like to negotiate the salary. And so I have that buffer of what's budgeted is a C. And that's what you see as a salary adjustment. Above entry higher, the difference between 3106, which is a C level, and the 2931 is the entry level. So that amount is $3,654. Below that is the fringe benefit for that above entry higher. The second question you had was regarding promotional items and gifts and awards. You added them together, but I'd like to address them separately. The promotional items, which is for budgeted $15,000 for public relations, outreach, and instructional purposes, is for our plan to go out to communities to educate them on minerals, for example, helium development, oil and gas development. There's a lot of misconception out there in the community, a lot of misinformation that's going around about not just oil and gas, but also helium, especially about helium, and that is a big revenue generator. And it's not going anywhere, and outside helium companies are reluctant to come on to the Navajo Nation because of what happened during the prior administration when the former President Nez vetoed 3 helium operating agreements. So, and it was from one of our own enterprises, Navajo Nation Oil and Gas Company. So that makes other outside companies reluctant to come and try to develop helium on Navajo. So that's what that is, public relations, outreach, instructional, getting out there, showing them who the minerals department is, educating them on minerals, but not just non-renewable, but also renewable energy. And that involves everything from solar to what Mr. Halona had talked about, non-renewable coming onto the Navajo Nation. So that is what promotional items under sub-account 7130 is for. Under 7140, gifts and awards for appreciation, recognition, and retirement. That is actually $2,000 allocated for 5 potential employees who may be retiring next year. The difference is $800, which is more for appreciation, recognizing the employees or the entire staff of the minerals department doing things like luncheons,
Christmas dinners, things like that, that at least keep the department employees, motivated, to show that they're appreciated. That's something that I have known in the many years that I've worked with the Navajo Nation, that is needed to keep your employees satisfied and working hard for the Navajo Nation, which they do. I believe that's all we've had.
Honorable Claus?
Yes, I'll do a follow-up to Ms. Chermaya's response.
So, Bushie, you have for, Honorable Claus.
Okay, well, thank you, for your response. I think that your promotional items may be misplaced. If you're talking about education, then I would recommend that goes to printing, so that you can give, brochures and informational packets. Promotional items, to me, is, probably misguiding, I would say. And then, gifts and awards, we do have a Navajo Nation retirement section, and they also get funding. So, and then also they do have a dollar amount limit, and I think, I've never heard of an employee getting $2,000 for retirement. But that's just me, and I know that's, something that I would be very cautious of. And you said that out of that, gifts and awards, only 800 is an award, is what you just mentioned. So that would be my response, and I will turn it back over to Madam Chair.
So, Bushie, Honorable Claus for, adding an additional, I guess, clarification question on top of that. So at this time, Ms. Chermaya, in regards to what Honorable Claus had mentioned with the way he's, your budget for your department has been itemized, and, to be really careful, because under OMB circular, it's in the form of a gift, and it cannot be over, $100 or $50. If not, it still has to be taxed. So we, even as leaders, have to be really careful of stuff like that. So with that, you probably really need to reconsider, as Honorable Claus had mentioned, and how you're describing those particular funds are to be utilized. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to you, Ms. Chermaya.
Okay, so let me provide clarification to my earlier response. It's not giving the retiree a monetary amount or gift in that amount. It's having a celebration of their career in terms of, what am I trying to say? Services. Catering, yes. Having a dinner for them, a function for them. That's what it is.
Honorable Claus?
Okay, so still, it's not in the right, line item. There is a catering amount, so that would be my recommendation again, to make that correction. I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
So, with that recommendation that is made by Honorable Claus in regards to identifying the proper GL, code for that particular, expense that would go to, catering for, a staff that is going to be acknowledged through a retirement dinner that will be held by the department, the recommendation is to put it to the right, GL, code line item. So at that time, I'd like to ask, Ms. Khan or, Rodney, would this cause for an amendment to the budget for, or can Minerals Department make that particular correction while we're still in discussion with Division of Natural Resources? Ms. Khan?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the amendment would be to Exhibit A through E, Exhibit A or B. I don't think it would change, my understanding is it would not change the amount in the totals in Exhibit A or B. That it would be, the recommendation, of a change from business unit, a certain business unit to another business unit, and we have an Exhibit C, that's keeping track of those changes. so that the Budget and Finance Committee, sees where, the Resources and Development Committee has requested the changes in the binder. Because I don't see it changing the total.
Okay. So,
In which case, we would need a budget unit number, and then if it's minus, taken out of this particular, budget unit number having to do with, the
gifts and
the
awards.
gifts and awards, and then also, and then,
Catering.
yeah, and then switching to another category, all within the same Minerals Department budget unit number. It would change the object code.
Pushing.
I don't see it changing in
So-
total.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Jeremiah, Exhibit B, or Exhibit C, has to be updated for Minerals Department 115004. The recommendation is out of, line item number 7140, gifts and awards, where the, retirement, or however you stated it, the catering, well, she has catering in there already, so I'm just kind of, okay, so what the recommendation is going to be is that we're going to be, taking, an X dollar amount out of 7140 and putting it into 7180 for what was just, mentioned by Ms. Jeremiah in regards of, dinner for a retiree. So you would have to make an amendment to Exhibit C.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, we have the budget form amendments that, Delegate Claude can fill out if we're going to switch from one code to another within that one department or that one program. So we would need this filled out by her, so that we can write the amendment for it for RDC to approve.
Okay. So, Honorable Claude, what's the name of the form? The name of the form is FY '24 Budget Amendment, and it's got what amount we're taking out of, object code and description, the amount, and then the new object code and description that was gonna be added, so. And she's the business unit number as well, but this is gonna stay within the same business unit number, so we just do the line item changes. So, I will,
I have a comment.
right now, I'd like to go ahead, and yield the floor back over to, Ms. Chair Maya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since the line item is under an object code at level of detail 6, which is a 7110, I don't see how a formal change is needed. It's because this is just, what's under here is an explanation to how what is budgeted under 7110 will be used. And so this is just what you're telling me is, this is how you're gonna use it. I mean, you're correcting me on the level of detail, level of detail, but it's not, how can I say this? Everything under 7110 doesn't even need to be listed in actuality here. This is just for your purposes and of course for my purposes to let other entities know, OMB, OOC, what the plan is of how you're going to use the money under 7110. If you want me to change it, that's fine, but it's not a financial requirement.
Madam Chair,
Honorable Simpson?
can we get clarification from OOB on that, please?
Ms. Sam, are you on the call, or? We have, a question here that is, posed on the floor, so let me reiterate the recommendation that was given. So,
for Minerals Department, under Division of Natural Resources, they have the level 6, object code of 7110. But it goes further into the object code description under, which is level 7, where there is, line item number 7140 that is identified for gifts and awards at an amount of, 14,000. And there's another line item under that same object code of 7110 that's got 7180 as an object code for catering. So Honorable Claw has asked if, we actually, need to do an amendment to where, whatever X amount of dollars to be taken from 7140 into 7180 requires an amendment to the exhibit, to the legislation. Ms.
Madam
Sam?
Chair, members of the committee.
Yes, you do have the floor, Wow.
Okay, this is Darlene Sam with OMB. Just to begin with all due respect to the RDC committee, the Budget and Finance Committee approved the Budget Instructions Manual. And within that, there's Appendix A. That's the chart of accounts. That's provided by the Office of the Controller as far as classifying the expenses and so forth, where each expense will be categorized. So that's what we go by. So when the departments do their budgets, we go through it with them to make sure it's budgeted into the correct object code. So we went through at least 3 binders so far in completing DNR's budgets. And what's before you, like Ms. Rowena explained, it is correct. It's the correct object code, 7110. That's where the budgets will sit. But as far as the level of detail 7 that she is referring to, that's where it will be expensed. So if you cross-reference it to the actual chart of accounts that's in Appendix A of the BIM, those object codes are correct. That would be OMB's clarification and response, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Sam, for that clarification. So, I do get your, clarification in regards to, utilizing the level 6 object code, but we are talking about the detailed budget, section of Form 4, letter B area, where, 7140 and 7180 are the object codes, where there is gifts and awards. The recommendation by Honorable Delegate Claw was to take money out of the 7140 and put it into the 7180 catering. So with that, could that just be an internal change here with the department? Or would it be an amendment to the legislation? But under the BIM, letter D on page 22, requirements and restrictions, it does read that the number 4, the BRR, R4 budget transfers between level 6 objects, with the exception of friends benefits at level 5. So with that, so it doesn't indicate anything about level 7 line item code. So would this have to just be an internal change to be made? Ms. Sam?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, if you're transferring it from 7140 to 7180, It would just be an internal change, but this is how the program justified it. So it would be up to, I would defer to the program and also, yes, to the program and the division, if that's okay with them. I mean, that's how it was budgeted. It's just a justification indicating that they'll use the 14,000 on gifts and awards, but I'm not sure why, if it's going to be put into catering.
Bushy? I can't, Ms. Down, for that clarification. So, right now, I'd like to yield the floor over to my colleague, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Mr. RDC, Mr. Nahum, Madam Chair, thank you, staff of Mr. Luna. Thank you for your presentation and your staff being here, and also our staff being here. I get a lot of heat from our Eastern Land Board. And I know, I just want to make clarification. I know I see some zeros in the Land Board, grading committee officials, and also, Farm Board, no allocation. But I was just reading the budget manual here, and I think this word is going to come out to pay for the Land Board, stipend on the Land Board budget, Farm Board, and also for the grading official. And it goes back off the permit fund income excess, and of the $21,555,000 income, actually $61,000, about $40,000 will go into, $40 million, actually $61 million. $40 million will go into general funds. Then there's $21 million, $555,000. That will be, the branch chief recommends the following priorities: senior programs, grading, farm board, and land board. Is that who come out and cover the land board, the grading officials, and the farm board? So I'm looking at the budget manual. Hopefully that does happen. It was recommended by the three branch chiefs. That was signed by Dr. Blue Niger, President, Christine Curry, Speaker, and Joanne James, Chief Justice. So I'd like to go, Madam Chair, one at a time, to have, answer question.
Okay. Kabushi, thank you, Honorable, Simpson, back to you, Mr. Olona, for a response.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate Simpson, for your question and concern for our elected officials that are within the DNR budget concept over the years. As a result, there was always a challenge, just like, I guess, the chapter sizing situations for our land board and grazing and farm board to be able to ensure that they're covered for this coming FY budget. They allocated the money and put it into the fixed costs. So in the fixed costs budget, they're included in there now as to what they're going to be able to, how their stipends are going to be paid. All that is included in the fixed cost budget now.
Okay, fixed cost. Yeah, budget manual, Mr. Sloan, I'm looking for the fixed cost. I saw here on in the budget manual, allocation for fixed cost. I know I've seen it here. Yeah, okay, fixed cost programs, 2024 general fund and IDC allocation. So, okay, so it is in there. I see it. I see that, so I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. That's everything, right? So it's fixed cost, so we don't convey that information back to our communities. The thing of fixed out wages is to be there. And now it's the fixed cost, so you explain that to them. So my colleagues can go back to their chapters and explain to them that there is their business officials, farm board, and East Land Board, is, funds budgeted for them. If they see this 0, 0, you know, I'll guarantee I'll get a lot of heat, so thank you. So, they're funded, so thank you, sir. Now, going back to the Department of Ag, there's two questions I have, page, tab 6, and Department of Ag, Ms. Watson, thank you for being here, Kat. And the first question will be, again, I take a lot of heat on this from, even tractor officials, like land board, extension agent. We used to have an office in Crown Point, and hasn't been there for a while. And there have been numerous requests made to Department of Ag to have an office there. And the reason being, what I'm saying, is very important because we need to have someone there to the checkerboard. We deal with Navigation Land, we deal with BLM, we deal with BIA, we deal with state, we deal with, you know the checkerboard here, sir. It's awesome. So sometimes addressing these grazing issues, we don't have anyone there to help the Eastern Land Board. And when the position was there in Crown Point, it was very helpful. Very helpful to assist the land board to conduct their duty and responsibilities. And back then, I was very appreciative of the Department of Ag to have an extension agent there. So that's why I think it's very important to reestablish that position there, Ada. So what my recommendation, I looked through this whole thing, and my little sister bringing this up about promotional items, bringing up gifts, catering, and I'm looking through the whole department, using the general fund. There's a large amount of money, just like minerals. There's a lot. So could I to reestablish the agent, the extension agent at Crown Point, or Eastern Agency? The Shiprock has one, I think Western has one, and Crown Point, like I say, just explained. There's a large amount of dollars being allocated to these special actions, 7,000. I think you're quoting that. That's just for your certification, how we use this money for catering, for promotional items, for what needs. But that's just for your information, but we can put that in a lump sum. That's a lot of money for minerals. So, Mr. Holona, working with Mr. Washman here, I want to see if we can deduct some of these catering, some of these special transaction needs to get enough in there to reestablish that agent. Even if it's just not a senior, just an extension agent. I think not a principal extension agent, but something we can start off with again. Down the line, one day when I become a principal extension agent. Already, like I say, you have senior extension agent too, Ada. So I'd like to request Madam Chair, Amendment RDPS shown acknowledged, because like I said, this budget is recommended to us. It's recommended to us is what the division and department came up with. So I'm going to ask the Resource Development Committee to allow me to make that request to Mr. Lona and to Mr. Watchman because there's a lot of money being put into promotional items, all special transaction 7,000, to move money around to us, Shona, to Akron, RDC committee, to put those money together to reestablish the agents back at Eastern Agency. Found out 40,000 from minerals, close to 40,000. 40,000. 29,000. And with that, I would need help. This will be coming from different departments. That's going to be coming from different departments. So with that, like I said, minerals, 29,000. I'm not going to take everything out of it, but I still think 9,000 can be taken out from there. You still need 20,000 for mineral or 15,000 taken out. Kind of education on top, because I really truly believe it's very beneficial. Chippewas benefit from it. Western AC's been from, and Windrow, I know this agent, extension agent. So, what's our extension? Again, I make that request. So, there's solution, it's fine with me, but what can outcome? That's one quick request to my colleagues here. Second, as you look at, I'm glad my colleague here, Mr. Arnold Delegate, and about that vehicle. Right now, Department of Ag total number of vehicles from it's still the same from last year. 9 vehicles out of 9 to the year, that's for 9. But when you go back to the budget for those 9 vehicles, but then you go to 3,000 travel expenses, and you look at 3260 POV, 1,700 miles per month times 65 cents per mile times 9 staff. So why do you want to have 9 vehicles, your travel vehicle, your fleet, or your GSA? But then over here you have a large amount of money for personal vehicle. It totals $10,000. So I think I need some explanation on that. You already had travel vehicle, but over here you're asking for $10,000 for 1,700 miles per month. I guess 1,700 per something like that. So Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of RDC, I'd like to ask the committee here if that can be done to take some of these money from the special transaction to reestablish a extension agent at Crown Point for each agency. What kind of each case? Madam Chair, Vice Chair, member of RDC.
Honorable Simpson, Dean KDD. And this is a really valid request. As division director and also department manager, Department of Ag, that in terms of carrying out the duties and responsibilities of administering these grazing permits in the best practice way. I noticed that according to Danny Simpson, there's not assigned under Department of Ag's budget for Crown Point nor Chinle. So, Kodoi Hioke to see if the division take the recommendation to establish an extension agent position to be employed there within the Crown Point location as a work site, so that this will require an amendment to this legislation, and it will require an amendment to Exhibit A, B, C. Is that it? Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, it would require an amendment to all the exhibits A, B, C, D. The reason is the numbers are going to change for Exhibit A and Exhibit B that was submitted, and that is in this current legislation. If this body recalls, external funds have to be reported into the budget, which was just emailed to me. In addition, Exhibit C and D needed to be blank. Unfortunately, in the legislation, it's not a blank document. So those need to be corrected as well. So, Madam Chair, members already see, we're going to see amendments throughout this entire legislation. We just got to keep track of it.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Tahi. So with that, Honorable Simpson, before I defer the floor back over for your second question to Department of Ag, this will possibly, maybe at a later time in this budget meeting, to recess so that they can get back together and see where some funds can be shuffled around, okay? Chief A, what's Ava? Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chairman, you already highlighted on the point that I was going to make, that we probably would need to go to recess if they're going to shuffle funds around to establish that position. But if they can do it internally while we continue with the discussion, that's fine too.
Okay.
The thing is, I'm asking my colleagues here, Ashbiga, So we go, it's fine with me, but at least I asked.
Mhm.
So I'm not asking the department or Ms. Malone, I'm asking my colleagues here. So the budget, Dottie, guys recommend to us to approve the way it is, or we can make some, changes. And again, the Joint Land Board has been asking for a, extension agent, for the past 10 years. So, if my colleagues say, Abiga, will support you, and thank you. Actually, then I'm not gonna be mad if my colleague says it's gonna be a lot of work. But she was happy. We all work together, so. Okay, I think Kate, colleagues, see.
So, with my colleagues of Resources and Development, I think you've already heard my response, that this is a valid argument of requesting a, creation of a position under Department of Agriculture for an extension agent to be housed, or work site would be at Crown Point to assist the Eastern Land Board with, administering the grazing regulations. As we all remember, this is a unique, way of working with grazing in the Eastern Navajo area, as they refer back to the 25 CFR, the 167 version under the, federal regulations. So, Vice Chair, in regards to Honorable Simpson's request, Honorable Ness,
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll speak after.
Vice Chair Johnson, in regards to support of, Honorable Simpson's request. Honorable Claus?
Yes, and I just wanted to recircle back to, that was one of my questions, is that personnel travel, there was $10,000, and you do have tribal vehicles, so I do believe that, funding source can be used for the agent positions. In addition to that, the promotional items of $6,000, then there's $3,000, then there's another $3,000, and that's almost the whole position right there. So I am in agreement. I believe there's a need.
Honorable Ness?
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee, standing Kodo. I have to ask this question to Division Director here, Mr. Mike Halona. You did Tom Bishop, 11 departments. If we would go through each one of these, we'll find how many vacancies there are. Maybe Mr. Halona could tell us if we could take from that to create a position over here. Mr. Halona, Hagi Lapahona, Santi Peso, Kodohadon, Hagi Abiga, Dig a vacancy with Tauna Kinakhe, Hanakhe, Asanakhe, Hidden Gota, Peso, give a Lana E Leko, Tabe Lana E Leko. Maybe we can use that. Eastern now, they have what, 31 chapters? 31 chapters. We have a land department, Department of Ag, chapters, if not the Grazing and Farm Board. And she does a good job, Charmaine. So, you, Nehedan, on this kick of high, Labiga, Dequa, Bishop, Hadon, so Madam Chair?
Yeah, Honorable Ness, so I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Halona for a response to Honorable Ness' question.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and our Resource Committee, and Delegate Nez, appreciate the question, and also Delegate Simpson's advocacy for Eastern Agency. When I went out to Albuquerque, after I was appointed and met with the Eastern Land Board, heard their concerns and areas that needed to be worked on. Very evident that they needed direction, not only with the land board, but we also have all our tribal ranches out there. You have all the ranchers that need direct assistance and someone to turn to, not all the way over here. And we look in the next agriculture budget, Delegate Paul, did bring it up and was asking about $300,000. And it says for Eastern, for ranch and Eastern land management, right? So in here, you can see there's a couple vacant positions and that. All we have to do is change the work site and establish a position in Eastern. And we just need to find office spaces, also been a challenge in Eastern. At one time, there was an office out there, and that's dilapidated now, right by the border pool area. So we're gonna have to find place one. And they find every way that they can't house anybody there. But they should be working hand in hand with BIA, their Eastern agency. In you have the allotment side, and of course you have all our freelance or ranching side, and the needs of the Eastern Land Board for technical advice assistance, administrative work, all of that. And I think that's where I would recommend that we can make those changes internally here, and where it says Wonder Rock, the principal extension agent, and change it to Crown Point. I'm going to also ask Mr. Watchman from Department of Ag to also chime in on that recommendation.
Thank you, members of the committee. I guess fielding those questions regarding the recommendations, possible amendments. There is some vacancies, have been vacancies for years in Eastern Navajo. It really comes back to salary base, as well as housing policies we have with recruitment. But there are some funding sources that are being proposed. One is the escrow account at meeting that Mr. Lona mentioned in Albuquerque. There's around $1 million that hasn't come forward. Within that, there's an administrative allowance for that under a fund management plan that could house, and that's what we're thinking, that we would fully, fund a office in Eastern Navajo with a manager, not only with the various land stats up there, but how we have been funding, and it kind of goes back to, we over the years have been intermingling funds to provide a service. Our general fund has lessened over the years, but our proprietary funds has increased. So under Eastern Land Management, to sort of answer a couple questions that were asked earlier, Eastern Land Management has a fund management plan, and that enables us to collect fees. So these fees are in ranches, and they will be special fees paid by individual permit holders. It's estimated around $900,000 annually that would be collected. So the question about $300,000, we are currently still working with the controller's office on the projected revenue. We have about $800,000 deposited, but it hasn't been fully audited for us to show that it goes back to the average on those proprietary accounts. So we're somewhere around the budget process, we'll be asking for amendment to go back to our level, roughly about $750. Within that budget coming forward, we're discussing and working with Eastern Land Management on some particular areas. Range conservation is because of stocking rate hasn't been done in several years. Also the procurement. Someone to work with those permit holders that are non-compliant. And that's one of the biggest issues out there, non-compliant. And uniquely enough, those are only grazers that pay for grazing. Big Navajo doesn't pay. So we're hoping to provide with advocacy. I know some of the delegates have met with us. We're going to be building capacity about 3 other positions there. These fundings are in sight to be enacted. But what this committee will be looking at is the Eastern Land Board, Eastern Land Board is one of them, but Eastern Land Management, we're hoping to have roughly a new budget coming forward at $750. The current administrative amount that's in there, which is under ag, we have changed the work site because there wasn't improvement people didn't want to be in the, Crown Point area. So we were deploying from Windsor out to Crown Point. And that's been the mechanism, but as we know, that, there's been different leadership, and they've requested to be housed in Eastern, so that's our plan coming forward. There's other questions, but I'll stand with that. There's other questions I probably could answer regarding the promotional items, other things, but, I guess, Madam Chair, thank you for the time.
Let me go ahead and yield the floor back over to, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Resource, Development Committee here. I know Mr. Colonna, Mr. Washington, taking a response, and my brother here, Honorable Delegate, yes, I like his idea. I like what he recommended. I think if we can just look at a vacant position within the, Division of Natural Resources, it'll be a lot easier to go that route. That can be done. But going back to what Mr. Washington stated, so this ranch and Eastern Land Management for $300,000, is that the escrow account you're talking about, or is it, the travel ranch fees?
It's the travel ranch fees, and the projected average amount has been about $787,000 for the past 3 years.
Okay. That's not the escrow account that the Eastern,
Eastern ranches.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, yeah, well, a lot of confidence. Thank you to my colleagues here on Resource Development Committee. So, I'd like to really go with, my brother here, Honorable Delegate, Nez, the recommendations that can be done. We can get a vacant position, establish that as extension, for Eastern Agency Ada. If that can be done, I'd really appreciate it. Please put it on the committee. Okay. Madam Chair, so without really moving money around right now, can it be done through internally once we, even though we recommend the budget the way it is, and all that? Because if we go big change, I have to fill this out, need that.
Okay.
So, Ron, I need your guidance.
So, right at this time, as it was stated, this principal extension agent is vacant here under the Ranch and Eastern Land Management, Department, 91003. So, the position has been already identified with Department of Personnel Management. Now, the next thing that, the department needs to do is just change the work site location. That's all that needs to happen, so we don't need to do an amendment, but it has to be something recorded into the legislation, Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, there would be no amendment done because there's already a position established. But if the recommendation is to go with Delegate Nez's recommendation, I would prefer that we get Department of Personnel Management on the line because we're dealing with classified positions that have already been budgeted for, and we're asking them to consolidate. I just want to make sure that we stay in compliance with what the policies and procedures are when it comes to personnel and those budgeted positions, as it is. Madam Chair, members of RDC, that is my recommendation first to discuss that.
Yeah. So again, since I've dealt with this before, this would just require an internal change to position number 240490. Since Mr. Leo Watchman is, Junior is the department manager that oversees this program, then the only thing that needs to be changed is the work site location. The funds is already there identified, and work site would be out in Crown Point. So it's able to, so the recommendation is to, still record it into, with the legislation, that this, principal agent position that is identified under the Eastern, Ranch and the Eastern Land Management work site be changed to Crown Point. Would that work, Ms. Khan or Mr. Tahi?
Madam Chair, members of RDC, what we're changing would be, as the kind we're going to be changing exhibits A, B, C, D, and E. This is an internal issue that does not change A, B, because all the funding amount stays the same. We can put it into the committee report to recommend that the work site for this business unit number, with the object code level 6, indicates that it be changed with concurrence from the Department of Agriculture to Crown Point. It will also be reflected in Exhibit C, the explanation recommendation of the fiscal year, but there's gonna be no increase or decrease in the amount. It's gonna still stay the same. Again, it's just changing the word size, it's an internal issue. There's no change in funds, there's no decrease or increase in it.
Okay.
So that's, my recommendation is just to put it into the committee report with concurrence that agriculture would agree to it.
Okay.
No amendment.
No amendment.
I would suggest putting it in C, even though, see, it says, explanation of recommended changes to the budget, increase or decrease amount. And as has been pointed out, there's no increase or decrease, but, that you could still note it, and it would be part of the exhibit. It would go in as part of the exhibit and would be read by Budget and Finance Committee. There's not, unless, of course, it won't be a principal extension agent, maybe a different level of extension agent, then it might be a different amount, but at this point, it would just change the word code. For informational purposes, you could put it on the line for the Department of Agriculture, a change. It does not include an increase or decrease, but it would be a part of Exhibit C in that manner, and alert Budget and Finance, or it could go in as a part of the report, or it could go in as an amendment to the legislation under a recommendation portion of the legislation. This is your legislation. Yeah,
So, do we have Department of Personnel Management on the call? Leonard, can you see the
Bellingham is OMB.
they've got Melissa
Can you
behind one of
step
the
into
orange
the office
hats.
so that we can get a hold of
You left.
Mr. Woody? We're gonna see if we can get Department of Personnel Management on the call.
Madam Chair, can you give the staff a 10-minute break, ration break on this?
Oh, with that, let me just go to the final question you had, Shalansani. To Department of Agriculture, the question that Honorable Simpson also posed, is the 9 vehicles that are assigned to Department of Ag, and yet, under personal mileage expense, there was, $10,022 identified, and he has requested, some clarification on that. When you have assigned vehicles for the department, yet you have a high cost of personal mileage that is identified under your travel, cost or expense line item. So I'll go ahead and yield the floor back over to you, Mr. Watchman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the vehicles, if you look at the classifications, majority of those, and kind of going early on to some of our initiatives and priorities. One of the priorities would be on horse roundup, horse encashment. So in order to conduct a horse roundup, you probably need 3 to 4 of those vehicles. If you look at the classification, there's 1 ton, 2 tons, and so forth. So you're essentially 1 or 2, and temporary staff are one that are utilizing the majority of those vehicles. You have permanent staff. Under the permanent staff, 9, I know that seems like there's a lot of, like, every person has a vehicle, but they do not. Beyond that, there's temporary hires. And one of the things that I mentioned about decreasing funding, we have had more extension agents in the past. So those temporary, and you see $40,000 in temporary, we do hire extension agents temporarily for certain initiatives. And that would be down the course of the year. But we don't provide them with a vehicle. They use their own vehicle. And And if you look at the number of meetings that happen each and every month, there's 57 meetings happening each and every month that we have to be attending through our elected officials. So you can see why the mileage gets excessive, or even, the case of too much mileage on our permanent vehicles. They're constantly being cited for over 3,000 miles per month without service, but yet we need them every day. So we do mix them up, change things. The promotional item goes back to, and I'll answer that question because it's been asked a few times. We have 143 elected officials. And when we do a training, we usually provide refreshments or advocate, initiatives that fall in the category of promotional items. So 143 would guess 200, you have 4 of those a year, actually underfunded. It costs us, and we'll transfer money just to meet those expectations. And over the years, the average has been about 40,000 in promotional, catering, and so forth, just to meet some of the mandated meetings we put on, like special meetings, like this budget itself. We have this called a special meeting, and now with you don't have coffee and donuts. They go off in the wrong direction before you even bring any information up. So, I'm not saying that you have to spend $6,000, but you have to budget catering. I mean, it's just the way it is. I mean, any hopeful or wholesome meeting, you start out that way. I can't justify it, but I can tell you we're teared down because of budgeting. But again, we're going to continue to put in there, and like myself, being a part of budgeting, we're going to have to transfer back there anyway to meet the task of the year. Madam Chair, thank you.
Appreciate you, Mr. Watchman, for your response. So, does that clarify your question, Honorable Claw?
Okay, yeah, it did, because I did the math. If they had $6,000, and he said there was 143 elected officials, and if they all did promotional items, it would come out to $41.96 per official, so that's justifiable.
Question?
Okay with that.
Okay, so, there was a request for, a 10-minute recess to have the Department of Natural Resources staff kind of take a breather. Okay, I'm over my line. So,
We're not even halfway yet.
So with that, we'll go ahead and allow recess and, reconvene here at, 3:50. Do I need a motion and a second on that? Just a recess, 10-minute recess, yeah.
I'm gonna go. They probably will ask,
Committee
I
members,
don't know.
if you could, tell me which direction you want to go with these recommendations.
Oh, 4:01, yeah. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting back to order at 4:01 PM. We did have a 10-minute recess, but I do apologize for going a bit over. So, going back to, the questions that were posed by Honorable Simpson and Honorable Claw, we did get a response from Department of Ag. At this point, Ms. Khan is working on what we're going to propose that will be an amendment to legislation for Department of Ag or Natural Resources as a recommendation to the extension agent position that was requested, and members of Resources and Development Committee unanimously agreed with Honorable Simpson's request to get an extension agent out to the Crown Point office or location to assist the Eastern Land Board members out in that part of the Navajo Nation. So we'll eventually read that into the record later when it gets time to the final reading of the legislation. So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Halona, as there were some questions that were posed earlier by Honorable Claw that still were not answered. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Resource Committee. Water Resource had some questions that were asked by Delegate Paul, and I'm going to turn the floor over to Department Manager Jason John to respond to those Water Resource questions.
Thank you, Chair. I think one of the first questions was regarding Business Unit 115012, regarding the 6 vacancies in that business unit. And those positions are a driller, a principal engineering technician, derrick operator, 2 senior equipment mechanics, and a principal engineering technician. And these positions require specific skills and experience that are hard to find. There are little to no applicants due to various reasons, and one of the main reasons is the low pay. Our department has discussed this matter with the previous and the current administration without much progress to increase the wages for these field staff positions. When it comes to Business Unit 115013, there are 17 vacancies. They consist of 2 construction supervisors, an office assistant, 3 heavy equipment operators, an irrigation supervisor, 10 equipment operators. Again, these positions require specific skills and experience that are hard to find. There are little to no applicants, mainly due to the low pay. Once again, we have been trying to address this matter with the previous and current administration without much progress for these field staff positions. And we are, the department has overall, under these business units that you see here, there are over 30 vacancies in these positions. And this is out of about 80 positions underneath these business units, so there's a large percentage of vacancies within our department. And it does go back to staff leaving almost weekly to other jobs. And this is causing a serious backlog in our ability to respond to requests at the chapter level. When windmills break down, we cannot get to them immediately. They just go onto a list. And we try to tell them we're going to come out in a few days or next week when it's scheduled in. So it is becoming a major issue across the Navajo Nation, not having these positions filled. When it comes to the performance measurements on the increase to to a higher number during the third and fourth quarter. That is due to the summer demand, the need for more use of windmills and other facilities. And, the Chinle Agency has 102 windmills. Western has 136 windmills. Northern Agency has 180 windmills. Fourth and Fifth Agency has 196 windmills. Eastern Agency has 267 windmills. And this is, when you total them all up, it's almost 900 windmills across the Navajo Nation that we're trying to maintain. Yes.
Can you, reread all the windmills per agency, kind of at a slower pace, because I'd like to get that on record.
Yeah, I can email this as well.
Sure.
It's all written.
Okay.
Yeah,
You email it to Rodney?
Yeah. There's not only windmills, there's a lot of, other water-related facilities that these things try to operate and maintain, including the, irrigation system, the water line for livestock, hand pumps. There are more hand pumps out there than windmills. And, it is, becoming a major issue. Not only that, but our offices are falling apart. And we've tried for over a decade, but, I think the priority of leadership is to give the money to the Navajo people and on-site watering services. So when it comes to the staff of water resources, we're being evicted from our buildings, and we're just told to go find another place in another building, and then buildings are getting ready to be evicted out. So water management has no building, yet they oversee almost $100 million of projects, but they have no building. So it's becoming a real serious problem within our department to operate efficiently and effectively, because we're just under so much stress from our work environment and the low pay and high demand for requests for water delivery. There was another question about, there was one item in Object Code 9020 for a windmill, $8,500. That is barely enough money to purchase one windmill, 14 foot tall. And it is going to be on standby when either a windmill like in Chinle or Pueblo Ventado breaks down. It'll go over there immediately. But that is only one. So we're trying to utilize even our external funds to buy windmills as well, not only this budget, but we're trying to get money from anywhere we can to buy these windmill parts. So we're able to find some money within this budget to buy at least one. So we'll use it for that. But there's always a need. When the other administration asked about what it would take to have a program that would effectively administer these windmills and sources for livestock, we would at least need to double the current budget for water resources, or triple it. That is what would be needed to properly maintain these livestock water systems across the Navajo Nation. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John, for your response to Delegate Claw's question. Honorable Claw, did it answer the questions that you posed for Water Resources Department?
Okay. Madam Chair, if I can add my recommendation.
Sure.
I think that with what just happened minutes ago, we were able to look at some vacancies and also reroute positions. I'm wondering if the department this evening can look at it to try to add in, I think another increase, but we would need Department of Personnel Management to see if we were able to do that. In addition to that, I know the department has ARPA funding. The intent of the ARPA is to create infrastructure for the Navajo Nation, water being the primary, and then also, I'm wondering if the department can also look for funding using the ARPA to explore, number one, to get more windmills that can be on standby, and also to seek a building for the water management. That would be my recommendation, and I know these funds do need to be expended, but I know the Navajo Nation is working in contracting, even if it's like a modular building. So I do believe that, Mr. John and the staff do have over $1 million in projects for the entire Navajo Nation. And if they don't have a safe working environment to report back to, that does hinder projects, such as in Chinle, and then also my colleagues' area. So that would be my request, is to see, once we break for recess today, if we can look at ARPA funding to secure a building, for them using the external funds. So that would be my recommendation. I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
So honorable clause for that recommendation that was cited. Again, here is to, seek, funding, and correct me if, I don't state this right, Delegate, Claw, to seek funding from the current ARPA appropriations for, number one, additional windmills, and also, a building, in this case it would be modular building for, the water, resources, water management, department under Division of Natural Resources.
Yes.
So, that is a recommendation, to the Division of Natural Resources team to see, after recessing here today, to look at, those options with the current budget that you have. And I don't know if under the ARPA, I know ARPA is a little bit different because there's some eligible and ineligible costs that have to be identified by Department of Justice. And if that requires Department of Natural Resources, to go back to the drawing table, and, I don't know if it's already been, through legislation that, it was approved for ARPA, and how the Division of Natural Resources is gonna expend these dollars and make it an amendment. Does it require to come back to RDC and then go through the process again? So maybe that's a question I'd like to pose to either April or Ms. Khan.
I was trying to work on the amendment.
Well, let me go ahead and, direct it right now back to Mr. John.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've already done this before, many times. The answer is no. The ARPA monies are very restrictive. I have staff that I'm hiring to work on ARPA projects, but I would have, if I were to acquire a building, only they could be in it. Only they, not field staff or anybody else, only they are using it for ARPA project implementation. Once after 2026 is over with and the projects are done, that means that building will stay there. At that point, you can allow other staff to go in there and utilize those facilities, those computers and those equipment that's bought with ARPA dollars. So that is the biggest restriction. And so, we didn't, in our administration budget for water, they didn't really want us buying buildings. So we just have staffing and money for contractors to assist with the design and project management. So that's what we have right now. But then again, it's very hard to hire these technical people to come out and work here. So right now, we don't have much, we don't have ARPA dollars for building, we don't have, there's no money for that. So And also, you can't use ARPA for windmills, because under the categories of clean water, that's all the water stuff, clean water. And windmills are not treated and regulated. So it would be a tough argument to try to make the case that windmills are qualified under ARPA. And we don't have any livestock-related projects under ARPA.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. John, for that response. So, before I give it to, Honorable Simpson, taking it back to Honorable Flaw, does that, answer your question in terms of the recommendation that you've made?
Yes, and I think, I can go ahead and meet with the FRS department to get clarification. The other question I did pose, and that wasn't also answered, was regarding the 17 vacancies listed. I asked the question, I know, the budget is mixed with external and general funds, and as far as external funding, from the BIA, does the BIA allow the carryover, and how does that affect those 17 positions?
Chair, those are different, business units, we all know that. So these positions are general funded, and so there's other positions, the other half of our department is externally funded by those other monies. Some of those other monies are very project specific, they're not for staffing. They're for drilling new wells and more tanks and things like that, so those positions are totally different. I mean, they're similar positions, but we don't usually commingle. And they are carried over.
So Honorable Claude, does that clarify your question? Yes. On to Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of RDC, for staff, for Corona. Mr. John, today, we talked about this, building. And I think all of us here definitely advocate for safe buildings for our staff, for our members, employees to work out of. And I really appreciate my colleagues here supporting me to get a, building, it's a modular building for our Navajo Nation employees in Crown Point. I really appreciate my colleagues here supporting. And what you stated here really has concern, I'm very concerned about it. It's moving here and there, getting evicted and all this stuff, because, you're operating out of are unsafe. So I'm glad that, my little sister here, Shauna, is trying to make an attempt to get a building for you, through some type of funding source. And yesterday, I went to the office speaker, and one of the Budget and Finance Committee members came out and talked to my LDA, Val, and they said, I got $5 million for seed program. And I was wondering where she got that $5 million. And sometimes Budget and Finance Committee can hide money. You see where the Administrative Committee. I seen it done before. So with that, I said, show her where she got that $5 million to get there for the senior program. And it's out. But anyway, going off this budget manual, it's Exhibit C, permit funding excess on the $21,555,000 in permit funding above the $40 million designated for the general fund budget. $40 million will be going into general fund from the excess income. Pursuant to Navajo Nation Council Resolution CAP-30-21, the permanent fund 5-year extension plan for FY 2022 to 2026. The branch sheet recommends the following priorities: senior programs, grazing, farm board, and land board, road investment, youth investment, and outdoor market improvement. I bet you now we're RSC members and Budget and Finance know about this money here. So, remember, this is a recommendation. Recommend. Council has final say how we can use that $21 million. $21 million. Again, I'd like to ask my colleague here, I know, we're starting to go into a modular building because it's the fastest way to get our nomination employees out of these facilities. And one day, hopefully, we have one-stop shop at all the agencies where our nomination will operate out of. And that's my goal. They put two up for this, in our term. So, but at the same time, you know, it's gonna take a while, maybe a year, another 2 years before that happens. So I'm very concerned of Mr. John, what, Jason just mentioned. So I'd like to make a recommendation, another, I definitely recommend to full council. This will be full council. Out of that $21,555,000, we allocate $4 million for a modular building, which Water Resources Department will operate out of. So, Mr. John, if this happens, you got to get to work, find land, everything that's going to be available, so we can put this modular building. I know there's a lot of things that have to be done quick. Yeah, we have space. So, OTA is $4 million. Again, I'd like to ask my colleague, we can do that, ask the full council to provide appropriate $4 million for a modular building for the Water Resource Department. I know we got other departments that look at that, but with this $4 million, I think we can get maybe 2 or 3 more departments in there, because with Crown Point, we're gonna have 5 departments in there. So with this one, I think we can, maybe other departments that need it, we can go with that. So, members of the resource, that's just my recommendation. It's up to the, I think when, Mariana dressed up that made it for me, vote for it, vote it down. So, I can't vote, but there's $21 million available here. Yeah, Madam Chairman of the Resource Development Committee, yeah.
All right, so, here, there is a request for an amendment for a recommendation. And this would, most likely be an amendment to the legislation requesting to Navajo Nation Council per this, budget, or the 3 branch chief agreement in the BIM in regard to the permit fund income access in the amount of $21,555,000 to allocate $4 million for a modular building for Navajo Nation Department of Water Resources. So, what time do we motion and second on this amendment?
Madam Chairperson of RDC, those recommendations that Ms. Khan is writing right now, which is going to be included into the legislation itself. My recommendation is making those recommendations and giving her those amendment forms so that way we keep track of it. So that will be one big amendment to the legislation instead of continuously making amendments left and right, Madam Chair.
Okay, so with that, did you get the amendment down from Article Simpson?
Yes, Mr. Simpson, the $4 million would be from the permanent fund income access.
Yes, $21 million.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Tahi. We got her working.
My church is.
So with that, members of Resources Development Committee, we do have Ms. Khan on this particular amendment recommendation that was requested here by Honorable Danny Simpson, and I just need consensus to go forth with it. So, Honorable Vice Chair. Either yes or no.
I want that same cookie that. That department, or is it, Water Resource?
Thumbs up, Michelle Artable, Claw.
Yes, I'm in support of it.
Shania, Artable Ness.
I would say it's long overdue. It really is. I look at the irrigation department in Shiprock and what they do. One of the employees passed on. Man, all those farmers, they could volunteer, but they won't volunteer. And the poor guys in Shiprock irrigation department, they are running ragged, you know. And I feel for them. At least they have a trailer over there. But here at Fort Defiance, this is needed, you know. They really need a permanent place where staff can feel good about it, go to work, and know that we finally, Joe Fago, maybe it's going to be us, the 25th Council, that's finally going to do something for them. They do so much. Earthen dams, you know, artesian wells, just and a windmill, that's a lot, you know.
Yeah.
And they get a lot of heat for, you know, we don't control an act of God, but sometimes these winds are powerful, you know, for these windmills, so I say yes.
Tricia? Yeah, I'm in support of it too, yes, for occupational safety issues. So Ms. Khan is, putting the recommendation.
We could sing with them.
So we're putting that, or she's putting the recommendation, drafting it up now so we can continue dialogue on the side. So, Article Claude, back to you, with all your questions answered.
Yes.
The question. If they're not nodding, can that, or is there some other departments that still haven't made a response?
So, let's see, I have the Navajo Veterinary and Livestock Program, just asking about contractual services in the amount of $71,707, and just an explanation for what the budget line item covers. And then also, did the Eastern Land, so, and then the Livestock Custody Fund, which is a proprietary fund of $200,000. The question I posed was, who manages the fund? And I asked if it was under the Department of Ag, and then also, just a little more explanation on, in there, they have mileage again, in the amount of $21,000 for a 1-year period, which is like 1,667 miles. So if I could just get clarification on who manages it, and then also a little more explanation on the miles for that one. And then, I'll save the Navajo Nation and the rest until tomorrow. But those are the only 2 questions I have. So I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Watchman. Are these under your department?
Thank you. I'm gonna ask those, the vet, contract of services is to contract a vet. We're having trouble with filling the permanent position, so our next objective is to utilize some funds and offer a contract of service. That's it's mainly for a project. We've been having trouble with, equine and house papers. So to begin the, fall cycle, we would like to maybe offer, since we're unsuccessful in filling the permanent position, we'll, take on a contract for information. The, rangers, we have 1 ranger on the agriculture, and the livestock custody fund is just that. Any livestock seeds, as well as our horse roundup, seizers, they all go into 1 fund. Majority of the fund is utilized for operations to feed those livestock. There could be as much as 3 days to a year of holding livestock that's being seized. The other part of the mileage is the DLIs, the Deputy Livestock Inspectors that we have that are quasi-employees. They're just assigned as, given a commission, authorization to provide hauling papers. There's about 30 plus of them throughout Navajo Nation, and to get to and from the location they're providing those services, we pay them mileage. So that's the reason why it looks excessive, but, they'll be coming back and saying it's not enough. So, thank you.
The rest of us have a
Questions to Lorraine.
All right, right.
Not always baker's birthday.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Watchman. Honorable, Fox, did that clarify your questions?
Yes, I did, thank
Over
you.
she. Any other members of Resources Development Committee to pose any questions or recommendations? Honorable Snapp.
I think he wants to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Nez had some questions saying, instead of us picking through the whole manual, you know, just give us the whole synopsis of what we got. There are, total number of vacancies, within the division is 113 vacancies right now. And so, total of staff we have on board now, this is all general funds, is 356. So we're operating maybe 60% capacity. And, you know, it is, as Mr. John mentioned, the stress. We're asking to do more and multiple different projects. You know, and there are some, we get pushback from some staff saying, that's not in my job description. You know, we're like, yeah, but we're serving the people, you know, can you? And there's others that are doing multiple stuff, you know, bless them for what they're doing. But at some point, you know, we're headed for a train wreck pretty soon, as you see people that are now jumping ship to where they don't have to do as much, and don't have to deal with all the stress of working. And so when you look at water resource, you know, their management, and then you add the maintenance crew, the technical construction side, you know, you're over 40, 50 people there. That's huge. And so that's what we're dealing with. There's only 2 layoffs in this whole process. 3 positions will be reclassified. Only 1 new position. 5 new positions that are being proposed. 4 positions will be abolished. 41 of those positions are what we call prorated. They're splitting up costs with others, and cost share as well. There's 10 units like that. And only 1 transfer that will happen within this year's budget. So I just wanted to highlight that information. Yeah.
Rashid? Yeah, Mr. Halloran. I'll take it back over to Honorable Ned.
Kushina, thank you, Chair. Honorable members of the Resource and Development Committee. Ado, his staff, from Division of Natural Resources, General Halona. Commander Halona. I guess some of these are your lieutenants, captains, and lieutenant colonels here and majors. So, I'm our staff. I'm Resource and Development Committee. Mr. Halona, you said out of Levis when he was home right here at Land Department. Mr. Betsui Nana. Jason John, I mean, these are the people that we work with closely. You want some sort of information, reach out to them. Rowena from Minerals, Glad, Pado, I don't care, and Ferdinand, Leo, Fish and Wildlife, Mr. Vicente, I don't ledge home, but better Hudson. I really admire the work they do, and they work late at night sometimes. That gentleman that's in charge of the horse roundup, Mr. Begay, man, that guy's a natural cowboy, and he's just fit for the job. Rowena does all the assessments for rights-of-ways, minerals, and everything. And within the past 4 years, we have hired some of the best people within the Navajo Nation government to work for us. And they help us with our jobs, and we support them with their jobs. Hello, Kuro, Mr. Halona, the Quaggy, that yellow document, the first part introduction, the Koroya, 11 departments, Nila. Oh, oh, I forgot Mr. Begay, Martin Begay, Adam Richard, the HPD and Parks and Rec too. So all these people are the ones that you learn to work with. Like what just happened? Honorable Simpson wanted, his people over there, 31 chapters, working with Mr. Halona and talking here, we saw something. But I always say, somewhere on the Navajo Nation, there's an improvement being done, whether it's someone getting water or electricity or something happening, but there's good things happening on the Navajo Nation, so we're progressing. It may not be at a speed we would like it, but there is progress happening. And so on, so under 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th paragraph, Mr. Halona, an energy office must be established to address all the proposed renewable energy projects developed on the Navajo Nation. Over 41 projects are currently proposed for Navajo Nation. Solar, wind, geothermals, pump storage, hydrogen. You go to the next one, during the pandemic, even though we had the pandemic, we had Fish and Wildlife and others that followed us to do a drought tour. It was sad, the condition of our land on the Navajo Nation. The Wolf Springs Ranch, they asked us to come out and see for ourselves the drought conditions, and that's why we helped them. The newspaper said, oh, Rick Nez loves to go to Wolf Springs Ranch. That's just no. But it was a 2-committee thing, Budget and Finance and RDC. Went over there and we looked at it, we toured it, and the Navajo Nation bought that back on the 23rd Council. On this performance evaluation for the Wolf Springs Ranch, tells me that they're doing pretty good. Finally, they're looking after those bisons, the buffaloes, as well as the cattle up there and the land over there. Whenever you get time, and let's schedule it with Gloria to go up there and look at it for yourself. So on here he says that one of the struggles is the ability to timely hire our workforce. Mr. John, not just there, others. We have a lot of vacancies. Some of them don't get paid enough, and some of them just look for other jobs as well. Energy office again. I've on this case, because we are the oversight over energy matters. President Nygren created an executive order. I wish he would have consulted RDC. This is how we work together with executive and legislative branch. When you reach out and say, what do you think? Energy. Fossil fuel, renewable energy was I need your help. I don't get on neither. But still we have a vetting team that tries to do what they can. And right now, I strongly believe with this establishment of an energy office, 250,000 bakayet, which was approved by the last council. We need to do something about it. We need to have an energy summit. We need to sit down and say, there are people that are sending in their proposal. They'd like to do this. So we need to, from the starting block, get involved with this, Chair. aro kora committees not thinking. Because job is indeed in the store with respect, knowing that RDC is the oversight. President, oh, whatever the date name is, yeah, what the date name, what on today case, that the date name. So, it is not so ski, but over had this things. And then I was reading down on under energy, tab 3. Quite one personnel, because I don't Form 2, receive and evaluate 10 energy project proposal by the end of the fourth quarter. This energy office should be free of politics. It should be free of legislative as well as executive branch. An energy expert on it, this is where your recommendation is needed. What other needs and all plan of operation do di what the date need to get na hasa lago esnan not fenike ako what are be nas yego nas the deal that the deal zitten so on this case ako aro ere is to I know our colleagues have other questions as we go through the book, or we'll probably have to recess tonight sometimes, but you know, we have another day coming up and we only have 2 legislations left, so it would be worth our time to really support our programs as well as go see really come together and plan an energy summit with Mr. Halona's shop, the vetting team as well as Ms. Chair Maya, and then go out to see the ranches, Big Boquillas, that nailing. Go see Wolf Springs. I'm sure you're curious. When we see it, then we'll know what we can do and how we can help as oversight. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Honorable Nez for, the comments that you had made here. And, again, it is very important with a lot of these issues that are at the forefront of Resources and Development Committee. And, again, as I've always said, that Division of Natural Resources is a division that is bringing in the revenue here to Navajo Nation General Fund. So again, at this time, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor back over to Mr. Halona in case you want to add any comments or whatever regarding what Honorable Rick Nez had mentioned with the Energy Summit, and also other recommendations that he has made.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Resource Development Committee's colleagues, staff, Delegate Nez, I appreciate your observation. And from the division, that's one of our priorities this year, is to focus on that energy office, because that's going to be the bread and butter moving forward. That's going to help us transition and also increase all of our needs, all of our dreams, all of our goals, everything that we want to do for our communities and for the people is going to take revenue, it's going to take money. And so, based on that, we already have a threshold where we have a decrease already. And, we've heard the 40 million and so forth. That's there. You have 4 corners to close here in the next few more years, another 30-something million, 40 million. We need to be ready and prepared to make some quick changes in some of these projects to move forward. Because once they all get done, you still have that development period. 4 to 5 years. Det är inte att hålla jag, inte att det peso jag not. So that is, it's not that money comes in once we approve. And so that is something that we want to look at. We need the energy office. That's going to be their only focus, their only work to be able to do those projects. And of course, the 250, but we're also looking at contracting the experts that can come in and lay the groundwork on our standards that we need to be working with. What other regulations do we need to put in place to be able to make these decisions quicker and to help out? And I think the summit is a great idea, because then we get to educate not only ourselves, but all of our colleagues and all of our officials and the public as to what renewable energy is, what are the pros and cons, what can really happen, what are the facts, because that's the hurdle that we have to get over is once they understand that, they'll all know that we all need it, for one. Number two is that now we all understand, and that educational process will happen. Of course, solar, no, everybody already knows what it is, how much ground you really need. Geothermal, what is that? How does that work? How much land does that take? And what are some of the cons side of it? Pros, everything has pros and cons. I think if we do that summit, then I think that will really propel the nation moving forward as to what the nation is taking and where we're going to play in that role. It's going to also allow us to decide which opportunities that we can partner with for a bigger return. We need to be in the driving, we need to be the driver going forward with energy. We don't want to be just responding. We want to be the driver. Then we can say, we want to go with this company. They're going to do this for the community. They're going to provide these type of scholarships. This is the type of revenue coming in. And they've done it, and they've built these. They have a good reputation. All of that is what we need, because we've never been down that road before. And right now, there's so much opportunity from that side on outside monies that these companies and credits that they can get. We're at the right place at the right time. We don't want to miss it.
Mr. Halona, thank you for that information, and it is right that with the amounts of resources that the Navajo Nation has, and I think it was made known to the members that traveled up to DC back in June, the Navajo Nation is the Saudi Arabia of the United States. So again, as chair of Resources and Development Committee, the support is there, and I know that a lot of my colleagues as well. So with that, it is almost 5 o'clock, and I have, and I'm sure the staff has already put in enough hours in getting this whole budget together. So I don't know if any of the members' recommendations to call for recess for the day.
Right quick, I'm just going off my brother here, Mr. Honorable Delegate,
Honorable Simpson?
Ricky Nez, what he said is something that, I truly support for so long. And what you mentioned of vacancies, the number of vacancies, talking about employees people not applying because the wages might be too low. So just thinking about what was said, we still had to bring people to apply for these vacant positions. But at the same time, we talked about bringing in more. We got to think about bringing in revenues. And what Mr. Honorable Delegate Nez stated, we got to do as soon as possible. There's 133 vacant positions. Is that general funds?
113.
13, okay, 113. So, if you look at the budget, that's, all the budget, you know, personnel takes a large portion of the budget. But once you budget for personnel, basically locks it in for the fiscal year. You only can be used for personnel. I'm just kind of throwing out there what are you going to do, but is there any way you can maybe, which are the very, very, I mean, I know all the vacancies are needed. Which one can we not use to put it back into regular funds and really establish energy department, get it fully staffed? Because like I said, the days are going like this, and we got to expedite this office to start looking at these proposed energy, re-proposed for two Nation from different companies. And we only have one staff, we're going to just sit there trying to look at, okay, what do we do next? Really make a strong office out of it. But I'm just throwing it out there, sir, and it's not that do it. It's just, maybe you can think about it tonight, and sit them back. And some of the, maybe those vacant positions that we really don't need. But then some of them, we don't really need them. Maybe up those vacant positions too. The amount, the one that don't really need. Put additional amount, you know, the wage is higher. Maybe they can apply. Because if we just sit here, nobody's applying, we still have 113 vacant positions. But we get rid of 20, use that money to up the wages for the 90 vacant positions. If people apply, now we have 90. We don't have 113. We got 90 that, you know, people are willing to apply now because the wages went up. You know, I'm just throwing that out there, you know. Either use it that way or I'm just throwing it out there. Everybody said, Madam Chair, thank you.
Chair, Honorable Simpson, and expounding also of, Honorable Nev's, recommendation, I'd like to go ahead and yield the floor over to Honorable Nev.
Thank you. I would like to say thank you to Byron for catering his donuts to us all week. He put his catering money to good use all week.
Object code 71.
Yeah. You know, we're talking about an energy summit, okay? And let's say we have it for 3 days, and Minerals Department decides to cater and pay for 3 of those. That's good money spent there. Now, I was thinking about that when we were discussing that. Navajo Nation employees, okay, if an employee puts in 30 years, 1 year, $100, when 30 years is up, $3,000, that's a really nice squash blossom. You see what I'm saying? 30 years of being away from your family, late at night working for the Navajo Nation, being called in on weekends and evenings, you know. Our Navajo Nation employees, sometimes they're overworked and underpaid. And, even our own employees at legislative branch, some of them stay late at night when we're like there 10 o'clock or to midnight, and they have families. They commit themselves, they put their heart into it. I think of the scripture that says, for where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. You know, they put out their heart out there, and they wish they could be at home, but they are called in on a weekend to come to work. So for me, sometimes I just think it's all well worth it. You know, let's have a retirement dinner or an appreciation dinner, or even go buy a gift card and just send it to them every year. However way something works, we need to be very mindful. And I'm sure all your program supervisors take care of your employees that way. So I just want to say that and thank you for your service and appreciate the work that you all do. Thank you, Chair.
Are you going to motion to recess for the day?
He did.
Honorable, Simpson motion for recess and second by, Vice Chair Johnson. So with that, Mrs. Sophie, can you take a vote for recess for the day?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of RDC, this is the roll call vote for recess today. Honorable Shawna Clark.
Green.
Honorable Shawna Clark votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Casey Johnson.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes for.
Vice Chair Casey Johnson votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson.
Agree.
Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So, excused. Madam Chair, that leaves 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, Chair, and 1 excused.
So with that, motion carries to recess at 4:56. Alors, je rentre donc now one day, no car to the, what is it, Ceremonial Parade. So we'll see you all back here tomorrow at 9. At 9 in the morning, we'll continue.